So, uh, these mukbangs on Twitter.
What?
Yeah, you ain't seen those like videos of people posting like these black girls doing like mukbangs, but they're AI
No.
generated. You, bro, I saw one. Where it was like freaking. It was this AI generated woman, and she was eating chicken, like a whole thing of
Zechs,
like chicken legs. And it's like I was
Zechs,
like,
you want to talk about your Twitter feed?
no,
Why
I wish
Twitter?
this was, but it's like no,
Are you sure?
but no, it's just been there, but it's like
I'm not seeing this at all.
someone posted it in a different Discord, but I saw it posted it in Discord, but like I saw it and I was like, what the hell's going on? And it was
What
like
a way to
this,
start a
it was literally this
podcast.
this this black girl eating chicken leg, have a plate of chicken legs, and she grabs one of the legs off the thing, and that was the moment I knew it was an AI. Because she grabs the legs, and you can see the white meat inside the chicken leg where the previous chicken legs. She pulls it up, and there's a hole, and you can see the inside meat of the chicken leg. And I mean, it was AI, but it was so messed up because it had the mannerisms of like of like just like black culture in it, and she eats the chicken leg whole. And it's just like the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about. What is going on your Twitter feed?
It's not my Twitter feed. I guarantee you.
All right,
Like,
whatever you say.
I think you can find it. But literally,
I'm not looking that up.
you don't have to look it up.
What?
Yeah, you don't have to look it up.
What a segue.
You don't have to look it up. I got it right here. Like, see, there you go.
No, I'm not just about to hit report message. I don't like it.
You just saw. You didn't even. Did you click on it just to report it already on Discord?
Thank you for letting Discord know about this issue. Your feedback helps keep Discord safe. I've done my part.
Yeah. So for the record, in case I disappear in the middle of the podcast, just know it was Zeta's fault.
I put out the hit.
At any moment, the podcast will be canceled. so, so just letting you know, this might be the last time. Just straight frame one, gun.
Hell yeah.
What a way to kick off episode 16 of the Out of Pocket Podcast, y'all. I am your host, Zechs, for as long as I'm around. And joining me, as always, is my co-host, Zeta.
Co-host, acting troublemaker, man of mystery, whatever term comes up this week.
Yeah, we've got a packed show for you today. We've got a lot of events that actually kind of transpired over the past 2 weeks that just kind of happened to align together. So we've got a lot of news, as always, and as well, we also have the full, I guess, review of our initial impressions of Shadowverse of Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, excuse me, which just recently came out like this week.
Wait,
So
what do you mean just so happened to align? It's almost the end of the quarter.
you know what? That's true. Listen, I don't pay attention to business quarters as much. The news drops.
Yeah. Man, we're just moving the stocks right now for these corpos. Can't believe this.
Listen, man, I don't know. I was gonna make a joke there, but it just completely fell flat. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Anyway,
it's alright. I plan to sink Bushy by another like $3 by the end of this year.
does that imply you're trying to buy stock in the Bushiroad?
I almost got the money I need. Don't worry about it.
Is that your grand master plan? Buy out Kidani?
Wouldn't you?
Hmm. I never thought about it like that.
Like Bushiroad is publicly traded. There is, in fact, a scenario where we get enough people pissed off at Kidani to force a shareholder revolt.
Hmm. Well,
Look,
that's
I'm sure different fight wouldn't mind rallying behind the cause.
we are not going to incriminate him in anything. No.
Chris, hit me up. I got a great business proposition for you.
uh, so anyway, well, now that we've already started off with something crazy, what is this actually? Oh no, that's something I could probably delete now. No, I should don't delete that. That's crazy. Well, anyway, let's transition into our usual thing, which is break recap. Zeta, how will have
Boom.
been your 2 weeks?
Shoot. Nothing happened at all. Jeez. I mean, nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy. Actually,
I don't
nothing
know,
crazy.
surprisingly, nothing crazy.
Hmm.
I mean, we can use the time to rant about anime like I tend to do every time this segment pops up.
I mean, what have you been watching?
Well, a lot of shows are finally almost ending. End report, Lazarus, probably like 1 or 2 episodes left.
Yeah,
Man,
Lazarus is this.
Watanabe has fallen off.
And what?
Watanabe has fallen off.
Oh no! Oh boy!
Holy God. There's a limit to how much atmosphere a show can have while not actually having a plot. We crossed that Rubicon like a while ago.
Hmm.
Damn.
I mean, when I eventually watch it once it's over,
Yeah.
I'll kind of
I
give.
want him back in the kitchen after this. I'm sorry.
You saying he got? You saying he should stop? You don't even want him putting the fries in the bag no more.
Dude, not if he keeps working at the Tsunami restaurant.
To be fair, I don't think anyone should be working at the Toonami restaurant anymore at this rate. Like I told you one of the reasons why I didn't want to watch Lazarus was because I feel like they have messed up somewhere all these anime supported Toonami shows. And something always
Right.
goes wrong.
And like, here's the problem, right? And like, what makes things difficult? Tsunami keeps trying to reignite the fire for shows that absolutely people in Japan do not care for, or near as much.
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
no one talks about Cowboy Bebop as much as Tsunami viewers do. Only reason Watanabe still has a career.
I mean, then he made Shimmer Shampoo and you Michiko and Hachin, right? I think that was him.
Yeah, but they're both incredibly under the radar. Let's be real.
I don't think Shimmer Shampoo is under the radar. It's not as like super big as Bebop, but definitely like not
I mean, it was also like 20 years ago.
true. But yeah, Michiko Hachi is definitely under the radar.
Yeah. And then we have the curious case of Fully Cooley.
Oh boy.
Where it's like, dude, not even Surumaki cares as much about Fully Cooley anymore.
Yeah, I'm like, how y'all got the rights to make 4 sequels and they all be mid?
You know what the weirdest part is? Like, about, when all the rights for all these Skynet shows got sold off every which way.
Yeah.
The rights to Gunbuster also got sold, and no one's seen and no one's heard of it since.
No one knows who got sold off to.
No, it got sold to Production IG.
I mean, what they gonna do with Gunbuster? Gunbuster's done.
That has not stopped anyone at all,
You,
as we will get into later.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you were humming the tune.
I mean, we're not talking about today.
All right.
At this point, say that's just basically its own spoiler cast at this point, like a full-on
Sure.
spoiler cast episode. Because there ain't no way we can reasonably talk about what we want to talk about G-Quacks.
In a single, like,
No, especially when that last
segment.
episode still has to sit, and we don't know what's gonna happen. Like the alleged leaks going on about what could happen afterwards. There's a lot going around.
I can't believe Sweet Say leaked the ending. God.
I mean, of course she leaked the ending. It's her song.
Terrible.
Yeah, no, it's like there's none of there. But yeah, pretty much like I don't like it got so bad that's like I don't think even like the Toonami podcast I follow, I don't think even talked about Fully Cooley. Actually, did those shows even come out? That's my biggest question. Did those sequels even come out? Hold on.
Yes.
In 2022. In 2023, actually. No, no one gave a damn.
I don't even think that many people actually watch Toonami anymore to care.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure Toonami only exists as like a scapegoat, so like Warner can't just bust down the door and say, "All right, we're taking Cartoon Network off the air."
I mean,
We gotta save more money for this Discovery deal.
Which doesn't even matter because they're separating in half anyway.
Imagine just saying all these shows you watched died for this deal.
Yeah, Megas XLR.
It's a good thing I can't flip this table.
I'm just like, bro, what do you mean you actually were finally making more Megas XLR?
Like, what?
What is happening?
Look, everyone, I'm not saying to get some violent pitchforks and march down to HBO headquarters. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, David Zaslav needs to be like raked over the coals and over social media for the next 20 years.
But yeah, it's just
I am saying all of those.
I'm not saying it, but I am gonna say it.
God.
So this kind of leads. What was I trying to say? But yeah, no, it's hard. I think also just like I think what also takes me on more is that like I feel like one of the aspects of Toonami is like I feel like they should just go back to like with the fact that Adult Swim is basically like at least for my time zone is basically like at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon now. Just make a Toonami weekday block again now.
We're not reviving Maguzi.
Like no, Maguzi was like for Cartoon Network. I'm talking about Adult Swim. Adult Swim is now at 4 p.m. I mean,
Oh God, dude, I have not had a TV since like maybe like 2017.
Yeah, it's like they had it because like they do it because they're doing a checkered past. So technically that is under Adult Swim now. So yeah,
Oh
Courage
wow.
the Cowardly Dog is technically an Adult Swim show now. Nettie too.
Oh, I hate this.
So I was like, bro, what are we doing? Those shows should not be under Adult Swim. That's insane. Like, have
Yeah.
we really lost the plot where we're considering Ed, Ed, and
Yes.
Eddie an adult cartoon or like adult-ish cartoon on par with Rick and Morty?
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Like that's what I'm like. Just bring back the Toonami like Daybreak block at this point, because y'all ain't doing nothing.
Shoot, I'm pretty sure the rights to Rio Naruto are cheap at this point.
I mean, yeah, heck, you could probably air Boruto right now and it'd probably be cheap too.
Oh shoot! I just actually was a funny story.
All right.
So someone at work buying like a case full of video games, right? You know, regular like disc case.
Uh-huh.
And apparently inside it, he had like 100 CDs and DVDs in that case for a bunch of different anime and other shows. I mean, video games. Like, why do you have like every single Dragon Ball Z movie in here, a bunch of Naruto arcs, like 50 something burned DVDs of random one-off Naruto episodes, and all of Goku versus Frieza? It's like, what? And 2 copies of the entire Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Hmm.
And these were all burned. These were all like TiVo recordings from like 2007,
Damn. Damn, that's authentic.
right? Had the commercial, had the OG commercials and everything for Naruto, for like Naruto. It's like, wow.
Do those
Can't wait to watch through all of these on at work and nothing's going on.
like, hey, hey, you got that bootleg Avatar video? I need to rewind it real quick.
Like I looked at one's like, oh shoot, wait, he's got the tuning exams on DVD. Hold on.
Boss, I'm take a break real quick.
Heck, my boss watched through all of One Piece in like 2 weeks. And I don't know how that's humanly possible.
Uh,
He is fully caught up now with the manga.
audiobooks are good. Guess I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta like do this hard on the paint.
What did you say?
Like dude's only like super hard on the paint when it comes to like speedrunning Naruto. It's like, I mean, One Piece. It's like, how? But shoot, other stuff. Uh, well, I'm going in ascending order of quality, I guess, between the shows I've been watching. Ranger Reject. Yeah, these rushed portions are rushed.
Keep in mind, he said ascending order quality. This is the second show on his list. And this is the show
Yeah,
he
there was-
likes.
well, I like the manga. The anime is completely trash at this point. Oh, no.
Mm.
I could be fine with the rushing if the animation quality also didn't fall off a cliff compared to the first season.
Oh, and the quality getting bad? Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what's going on. It's like, listen, we're production's falling apart. We need to speed this up and get out of here.
And the most recent episode, they finally started making anime original changes, and I'm like, Oh god, this is about to end, and we're going for an anime original ending. Oh no. Oh god, no.
Oh no. That's dire. They're you about to get Promised Neverland, buddy.
Oh yeah.
It's like because it's like you.
And the worst part about this, right, is that like this specific arc is really neat in the manga. Because it's just the main character. It's barely. I'm not gonna spoil it too much. Don't worry.
Okay.
Imagine two factions are fighting, and the main character just crashes out and just starts running in and trying to mess with as many people as possible. Only problem, he's the weakest guy in the verse.
Mm,
Literally cannot hurt any of these people. He can hurt him psychologically. He can hurt him emotionally. He can like maybe get him a light bruise on the cheek. It's just him running as everything starts falling apart all over the place. It's like trying to rescue Rukia, and it's like, who you got here? Chad? Shoot. Great. Manga's anime killed it. At least unlike in Lazarus, stuff's happening.
is it really?
Yeah, sure, it's moving at a pace of like 10 chapters an episode, but technically speaking, stuff is happening.
Hmm. Well, yeah. I feel like it's so weird to have a potentially have like an anime only conclusion to a series that's still ongoing with its manga,
Right.
because it's like you have like in this era of we're doing like different split cores and all this stuff and yada yada. It's like, if the show's good, it's like you could already probably like be like, okay, we can there, right? So I can only assume that it's like Ranger Reject in terms of the studio's eyes. Like, yeah, there's not enough money in this for us to really continue.
Right.
So I get a different studio, or are we going to like
Or
close it
just
here for now?
or I think the staff might have gotten shuffled around because like the direction is so different compared to like the first 12 episodes. I'm like, it might have been a staff shift.
Probably too. Like, like I think it's because weird because like I mean that's kind of just like how like shows kind of were for times. Like, yeah, for example, like ReZero, like season one is so funny in retrospective now because there there's a literal character who does show up in the show, but they cut out something about his backstory, who and like hints of like who he actually is from the actual like show itself.
Hmm.
The only problem is that is so important to a arc that happens, I think, within the next upcoming 2 seasons. That is like the fact that that whole thing was missing. It's like, oh no. It's like, how are you going to go back and explain that?
Good luck.
So
Right.
like, I can get is like you're thinking like, well, we only have one season. We don't know how this big this is going to be. Only for it to be,
Right.
only for you to then create like three of the most profitable waifus in modern anime.
Like it really is a problem. Like you can't prep for things anymore when you're making an advertising manga anime, right?
I mean, that's just kind of the awkward thing, right? It's like when it's not anime original, it's all advertising.
And we only get like what, four, maybe like five anime originals a season, if we're lucky.
Yeah, and they're all like buried around just the usual schlock that just shows up because apparently this is something that's happening. Like one of the reasons why there's so much, probably one of the reasons why there's so much anime is apparently it's a mandate from Japan's like government. Like we need to use anime as like our soft power.
Stop watching Moon Channel.
How did you? Huh? Apparently, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one. That's what I'm telling you. Stop. Like, I'm like, I know exactly where this talking point is coming from. Cool Japan died. You know the real reason we're getting all these anime every season? The real reason?
What?
Late stage capitalism. That's right, comrades.
Okay. All right. So.
And
Okay.
finally, in show number 3, the actual good one. I'm gonna skip the Toku for today.
Okay.
To Be Hero.
Mm-hmm.
Storming's amazing.
All right.
They managed to assuage all my fears about the whole like main character scheduling system.
All right.
Because you're actually finally like intertwining all these stories together and creating some form of consistent setting. And that's one of those fun things where you can just start like piecing where things happen and when. It's like, oh, that explains a lot.
All right. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. The fights are really good.
I'm
And like I
sorry.
think I kind of like think I prefer like the more like slower, more deliberate pace fights and not the modern super flash like Sakuga amazing that we've been getting a lot recently. I'm getting sick of it. I could call on several shows right now. I'm getting sick of it. Like I get it. There's a bunch of amazing animation talent from like the West that's been being, brought into these anime studios to make some amazing scenes. Stop. I need all you guys to stop trying to flex for like 5 minutes. It's actually ruining the flow of all of these shows.
Nah, you out here trying to be like those people who got upset on the talking about the One Piece Luffy kicks a
'Cause
dude scene.
those people are right. Early One Piece fights are better. I'm sorry. Like I will take any of the fights from like our like start to Arlong our park compared to any modern One Piece fight. All right, because I'm sick of fight space in shows. Okay, I am sick of fight space where everything else in a scene just completely stops mattering and the characters need to do some crazy, insane things and be really flashy and then go back a minute later that's regular talking. I'm sick of fight space.
The usual, yeah, the environment now no longer matters. the
Right.
I guess you I guess like in what usually like in trails for like their S crowds is like the budget dimension.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah,
Another
no,
good term
we're
for it.
gonna go completely crazy, but nothing else
And what
matters in the screen right now.
it's like, wow, I can't believe all these characters only know how to fly. It's like, no, they don't. Well,
Like
okay, they're just all like quadruple jumping. Don't worry about it.
like I was watching someone's reaction to like the Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel movies. Like, and I'm just like, bro, I do watch it. I'm just like, no wonder. It's like, no wonder like people who aren't like actual like fate uh like visual novel readers like really love this stuff, and people who are just like the actual like the actual like light novel readers are also like, yeah, I don't like the I don't like the affordable stuff, because like I look at it,
Yeah,
I'm like, this looks beautiful. What the fuck is happening?
right. And like the worst excuse I've seen for this of everyone. But guys, it's two really fast characters. It's supposed to look super fast and incomprehensible. I'm like, if two characters, and there's only two characters in the scene, are moving lightning fast, they're moving at normal speed relatively. Am I wrong?
No, like quite
If two
literally,
species are duking it out, it's the background.
the whole
Like,
thing is like that's why Dragon Ball Z was able to be like, yeah, no, you have to train people have to train their eyes to watch Goku fight everybody, right? Right, you have to
right.
train your eyes because when things sped up, like your eyes had to get trained to get used to the speed so that you can understand what's going on.
Like, I think that one, like, Comrade Kabuto scene that people keep reposting, where they're like fighting in the rain and wherever it's like the activate clock comes, like, they're still moving maybe slightly faster than normal, like, a little sped up, but everything in the background stops moving, including the rain. I'm like, that's that's it.
Yeah,
That's how you do a proper speed surf fight.
it's like you make the like you use the environment to show that they are moving faster rather than just like making just trying to draw insane stuff and be like, see, they're moving fast. Oh my god! And it's like,
Right. But if you could draw like two lines going like zigzagging across the chart while random explosions pop off, it's totally fine, right?
it's like I I mean, for crying out loud, that's what Gundam does sometimes, right? It's like you seen those scenes where like they're just fighting normally, they just speed up, become just literal lines just clashing in air. It's still
Right.
cool because it's like they're going crazy.
And like we've seen them in normal speed relative to like everything else. And they are that fast. Like, I get it. New generation animators, they want to flex. They all saw those six scenes of like Utapon doing cool stuff. They all learn from Utapon and they all just browse Sakuga Burger and they're like, I can do this too. And
They're
it's like,
people who
I guess
watch.
the starting point, I guess probably is a case of like they're starting and trying like aim for the top without like building that groundwork and like honed practices.
I mean, it's not to say they aren't talented. They're really talented. That's a whole
They're
skill.
really talented.
It's like I can't do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, they're amazingly talented. It's just like the fundamentals are maybe lacking a little bit because they're aiming for like a punchier crowd that doesn't care that much about the fundamentals.
Mm. Don't worry,
Seems like supposed to well animated.
When Tomino makes his next Gundam series about the Israel conflict, he'll show him how to do it.
Man, Double O season 3 is gonna go so hard. Holy shit!
Double O, directed by Tomino, would be a fever dream.
Like, maybe there was a reason they said wait until 2030 for Double O season 3. Maybe they knew somehow.
I mean, I guess the other thing is like also how the hell do we kind of do a season 3 after Awakening of the Trailblazer? Is it gonna take a
It's like,
while?
well, Like, well, my ponder orb says there's gonna be another big, crazy Middle Eastern conflict between now and 2030. It's actually World War III. Perfect time for a new Gundam 00 season. You really cannot make 00 season 1 today, huh?
Mm, maybe, maybe it's like you can't make it, but maybe you should.
Right.
It's like there's a reason these shows exist the way they do.
Yeah.
Gundam is very much just like a snapshot of the era it's made in.
Oh, for sure.
Talking about watching YouTubers, I got that one from Argon Bolt.
Yeah, like every Gundam shows a pretty good reflective piece of.
Of what?
I don't know about Wing. I mean, turn out I don't know about age, but age is pretty much a reboot, remake, or whatever. Yeah, back to I guess To Be Hero. Still great. Current arc's interesting. It's taken 11 episodes, and the guy on the poster finally showed up. Without saying a single word. Love it. Like they really found the perfect strategy to string people along. Build up build up insane amounts of artificial hype for a character that's not going to be doing anything. Brilliant, brilliant. But shoot, I think probably the it for me for this 2 week period. These have
Okay,
been pretty chill.
okay. Let's see. What was my break? Yeah, I almost died.
What a start! Oh, what?
uh, I mean, I'm pretty much okay. So 2 week period. I had a lot of things. Still working on what the heck's happening with my car. That's one thing. So yeah, this week I had to make a impromptu trip up to Dallas because a family matter passed away.
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. So unfortunately, like my mom. It was mostly because I went there for my mom because she wanted to go. She was basically the only like part of her of this family member that could really be there on her mom's side. So she was like, I gotta, I feel like I should go. So I went there just for emotional support. Uh, so I pretty much was like, I didn't really bring any a suit or anything to change into. I was like, this is really quick. It's gonna be a day trip. I don't. It's been such a long time since I've had to wear formal clothes like that. So I didn't have anything ready. So I was like, well, I'm just here to be more support. I'm just gonna stay in the car.
Right?
I for the record, this was the day after Shadowverse Worlds launched.
Oh wow, super recent.
So I played it. We'll get to more about there. I played it and I played it until 2:30 in the morning. We had to leave by 4.
Oh no.
Technically we left by around like 5:30 because of just last second things, but yeah, left around 4, left around 5:30, got there by because the funeral was at 11 on freaking Tuesday. So there, and I'm like, okay, well, it's just me and we got a spot like right next to a shade tree. We were pretty cool. So I was like, I just pretty much like sat in the car, opened the window, and yeah, I was like, yeah, look, it was pretty cool. And then I just fell asleep in Texas heat.
Oh no.
I was asleep for I think about like maybe like an hour. And besides the fact,
You've been here too long to make such a rookie mistake.
I know it's even worse because I'm like, yeah, we're in a rental car, so I really don't need to worry about like an AC issue. But I was still like, just in case, I'll turn off the thing just for like a little bit. Just turn off the car for like a little bit, so I don't have to worry about AC. And I fell asleep almost
Oh,
immediately after. So I wake up. I'm I'm like I feel okay. Like I'm like okay, I'm fine. Everything's fine. And then all of a sudden, I get hit with a stark blast of like nausea. I'm like, oh no.
oh no.
So I'm just like, okay, I feel like I'm about to throw up. It's like, oh no. Which I eventually do on the way to the cemetery itself. But I had like a bag and I was like, okay, I there. Like literally and it's even worse because to get to the cemetery we had to pass by, we had to go on a bridge on a giant body of water. I'm like, I don't think I've ever been as seasick as I would have been there. So it just amplified all. I'm like, oh no.
Oh no.
So literally, like, pull up to the cemetery. I grab a bag and just have to let go. And I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, you know what? Calm down a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. I got the throw out my system. I'm cool. But the nausea's still not going, and I've got a headache because the seat, because like the headrest in the rental vehicle was freaking
Yeah.
trash. So it's
Oh
just
no.
it's just hitting, it's just punching up to my head, and I'm already like got like this nausea feeling. I've got like a headache. I'm like already, and then now I'm just like I can't even put my head back. So then I didn't just proceed to on the way to like our next destination because we're like, yeah, let's go stop by my aunt's house and everything. It pisses me so the hell off. I'm just like, oh, I can't deal with this. And and it's just like I do it again. I throw up again, and then throw up again. I basically throw up 4 times in the span of 30 minutes.
Oh god.
I'm just like, oh god, this is not good.
It's a great PSA, everyone. Don't fall asleep in hot vehicles.
Even if the window's down.
Even if the window's down.
Oops. Oh, I've made a critical error. So that I'm able to like stabilize enough to get to my aunt's house, and then I just fall asleep for I think maybe 6 hours. Like I wake up, it's midnight. Wake up, it's midnight. I'm like, oh god, what has
Oh
happened?
no.
And then I wake up and I'm like, okay, well it's fine. And I have to wake up early because the strategy presentation would start right before we're about to have to head back to head back home. So I'm like, now I gotta wake up early for presentation. I thought that they rarely do in like at least in our time zone. I'm like, yeah, the one day I'm completely out the city, out of my region. Like, oh yeah, we're doing the freaking event. That's cool. Uh, yeah, outside that, everything else was fine.
I'm aside. Everything was fine.
Yeah, it's like, after that, I mean, just kind of transition nice points. Like after that, the stellar, since we started the stellar blade collab in Nikkei happened, or is currently happening.
Uh-huh.
So I was able to make it back home in time to do my dailies and then prep for the second story event. Because the
So how
way
much have you spent so far?
uh I've only
Be honest,
spent about
honest.
I will say only 70, and that's only because Eve was hell to get.
70.
Yeah, 70 only because Eve was hell to get, and I wanted the uh the materials later for Raven,
Hmm.
which also sucks because I'm like, yeah, I want to like max out Raven, which also sucks because we're like a month away from summer. Thankfully, like also with Nikkei, like they announced that they're doing a Near Automata collab rerun. So thankfully, I have all the characters from that already, so I don't really need to care about getting them. But then it's a better question. Okay, so then what about, are we doing a summer event or not because of it? And it's like, mm,
Maybe?
because like one of the things about Nikkei is like most of the time, like unless it's like a big like event patch, like it's very hard for like someone to actually have leaks like Honkai or all the Hoyo games where like there's like a beta server.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't know what's coming as much. So like you just gotta be on your toes.
Man, that beta server is like no one can stay quiet with beta access.
Nope.
Hey guys, look, here's these new summer skins for our main characters.
Oh, you mean the
Uh,
Zenless? The
Yeah,
Zenless skins?
yeah, then yeah, Bell and Weiss are getting beach outfits.
Yeah, I know. But we're just like, I thought you were talking about the Firefly one.
Oh, I did. Oh god, the yeah, oh yeah, that new skin, quote unquote.
Yeah. Listen, I'll put it like this. After some time, I thought about it, like this is. eh, Listen, I'm not saying not because it's like her voice actor was like, yeah, this is I love this for her. Let her learn math. It's a schoolgirl skin. It's like one thing she wants to do is just be a normal girl. I'm like, I can't be mad at the idea that she gets a skin that's like for her wanting to be a normal girl. I can't really be
Yeah,
mad at that. What I can't be mad is Mihoyo trying to sell that shit for 1,600.
I mean they tried to get away with selling people the Ellen Joe skin that was already in the game.
Yeah, I'm just like, this doesn't even change Sam. The thing we see in combat, the reason why we buy the skin. He
It's a
just
small change.
he
It's
looks he looks teal.
he looks like you got a signature W engine in Zenless.
Yep.
Although I'm kind of worried now about the robot they're adding in Zenless.
I'll always be worried.
No, because like the leaks are there's one or two leaks. There's like two different like leaks, right? Starting on top of the leaked content anyway.
Wait,
One,
we didn't say that now.
I mean, I already mentioned the beach thing.
Yeah, but like everyone knows about that. There's fan art of that. That's a different thing.
No, there's pictures of this thing online.
All right, go ahead.
Not in gameplay. Not, it's not in gameplay at all. Anyway, some are saying it's a Firefly situation where it's sorry, no cool robot. You're playing the character you're playing is the pilot inside the robot. I'm like, oh no. The other rumor is that it's two characters, the robot and the pilot. And I'm willing to believe the latter because he just gave us that one Bang Boo event where you're playing as as a giant robot, as a super robot Bang Boo and just slamming people. So I'm like,
Listen,
that might have just been a pilot run for us getting a playable like super robot.
I'll put it like this: whatever, whatever option, whatever options they are, consider this: which one sells the waifu more?
Making them both character and giving them essential synergies. I know which one sells more.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the
I,
whole
I'm so mad about Svarog. I will never forgive HSR.
listen, we're still waiting for Schooling.
Also, right. It's like, bro, you've been in the file since like day one.
Like, like how? Yeah, it's like at what point are we just gonna be like, all right, listen, dog, we don't have a kid no more.
Shoot, honestly, they probably like. I wouldn't even be surprised if his kid went to like someone else and no one noticed.
Like, some people were speculating like his kit was originally Ratio's,
Mm.
and just like, ooh, nah, it's just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Like, sorry, it's like the Council Mihoyo character of important plot relevance. Screw them.
I mean, a lot of people feel like, so they gotta add him when we eventually go to his world, right?
Well, you know, we gotta go back to Lao Fu again at the start of the next patch cycle,
Well,
and then we can go to Skrillum's planet.
I mean, not exactly. We're going back to Penacony once we hit the end of 3.0. Even though we're going
Oh,
back again this patch for the fake collab.
you know, I still say one thing. I kind of wish HSR had actual like aliens, even like a few.
Yeah. I mean, there are technically aliens. Technically, Firefly is an alien, but not the traditional, conventional, weird looking ones that aren't human.
You know, yeah, right. It's like, come on, give us one weird character in a space game. One.
Yeah, it's
Oh wait, you cancel Skrillum. One.
and no, Phanon does not count
No.
because he's just Kevin. And the only reason he wasn't playable in HI3 was because you basically made it a sovereign rule that's only like girls playable.
Just give us like one weird purple alien with like purple eyes. I don't care. Make him a waifu. All right. make them a waifu, make them meta, do everything you can. As long as they're purple and have an extra eye.
Okay. But back to my discussion. Yeah, Nikkei Silver Club happened. I'm kind of mad
Why?
because I'll put it like this. Nikkei like anniversaries are like usually some of their best like story elements.
Hmm,
This one was
right,
better, and usually like collabs are also like the weakest story moments because like they're all just kind of like goofy aha moments, right? Like
right, pretty totally.
ReZero's event was pretty much just like, yeah, we're just doing a maid cafe. But then you have like ones like Evangelion, which is like a two-parter and it's supposed to be serious, but your first part is basically the school drama, and then the second part is kind of this like basics like uh mecha plot, which is like considering part two is based on 3.0 and 3.0 onwards, it's kind of like we're doing the basic plot mecha plot here.
Yeah.
And that's not to include Chainsaw Man, which wasn't even a real plot. It was just Power, and Denji just doing nothing.
Like, they've had some weird picks for collabs, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I think if you
I
stretch a
get it.
bit, they make sense.
And for the most part, just stuff the director likes, and it's like, fair.
Yeah. And I feel like
I
Chainsaw
get it.
Man would probably be better if it wasn't because it had just released its anime. I think if the anime had made any progress past where we're are right now, like we don't even have the movie out yet.
Right.
I think they could probably do a part two and redeem that storyline. But alas, we're still stuck with what we are.
Nah, nah.
And I say that to say, I'm mad for a few reasons. My one reason is because this storyline was probably better than the half anniversary story we got. And that's not to say
Uh,
the half anniversary story we got was bad. That's just to say how good this collab story was.
well, I mean, Stellar Blade is Shift Up's new favorite pet for at least the next few months.
And it's like the whole thing is like, yeah, we've got our main cast. What could we tell the story about? The whole story about memories and preserving memories and the people we've met and how they've changed us. And it's like, oh, that's a good story. It's a good story, and it's canon to the Nikkei lore. It hints at stuff that happens in Stellar Blade later. And it's like it's just really good. It made me tear up. I was like, yeah, nah, this is good. It makes me angry. It's really good. It makes me angry because I'm like, damn it, why could you had two tries at Ava and you couldn't get even close to this caliber of writing? What happened, dog?
Well, they made an actual video game in between.
But I'm just like, it's like, dude, like your CEO was famous for being an Oscar like fanboy. How did you mess that up?
Well, you see, easy actually. All right, fans suck at writing things they like. We've been over this.
Hmm.
It's why most fan fiction is garbage by default.
Like, I know probably the idea is like, you know, there constraints by the actual rights holder and whatnot, but it's still like,
And Kara is very, very strict with things.
so like maybe Ava's weird even though you got two collabs. That still doesn't excuse why ReZero was so passive, unless it was quite literally what people suggest was that it was last minute.
Hmm.
Because there's no way you have a made event for ReZero and the skins are like entirely like just kind of like leftovers of characters you already have. Like for example, like Emilia, her gotcha skin, which is supposed to cost $60, mind you, it's just her wearing the clothes of another character in Nikke. She's just wearing a maid outfit of a character already out on the in the show. Same with
Well,
Rem's regular outfit with her collab outfit.
look, they gotta use those like made out like assets somewhere.
They just used it. They just literally had an event like a month before the ReZero collab.
Well, I mean, they're being very efficient here.
And also another thing about the collabs too is like, you know, they didn't have their main characters in either of the ones from last year. There was no
Huh.
Subaru and there was no Shinji.
Well, you see.
And don't say it's because they're guys, because Denji was in the Chainsaw Man one, 9S was in the Near one, and Adam was in the Stellar Blade one.
Yeah, and none of them are near as threatening of the hero protagonist aura as Shinji or Toyota. Denji is not a threat.
Early Denji.
Mitsubishi is.
Ah, Mitsubishi. Damn, wait, how does Shinji come into this?
Shinji's a goddamn lady killer compared to everyone else in this season.
You know, I hate that you're not wrong.
They literally just had to remove the two most threatening male characters for these collabs.
I mean, I guess the other thing is I don't know how bringing Subaru in means you have to now kind of deal with his return by death,
Yep, a little too many quantum mechanics involved.
which while that would be a pretty interesting story to try and work around, ain't nobody here all for all that.
Right.
You can't give it to your main character to the commander, and you can like, how is that going to work when we go in the future?
Yeah, that.
Because people kind of feel like with this collab event, it pretty much means like, yeah, no, all the collab events are technically in some way canon.
You'd have to give the commander plot armor forever, essentially.
And yeah, it's like you can't, like if he dies, you just go back in time, and it's like, so we just gave him complete immunity. Okay.
Well, it gives us all the freedom we need to write every single bad end that didn't leave the cutting room floor.
Yeah, so I get it. It's like that's frustrating. Then there's also a personal part about it which gets me mad at the very end, but it's very like personal. I don't think really talking about it here makes sense.
Mm, fair.
So like
I mean, another point against Shinji being in the collab. Shinji acts as competition for the CEO.
just pretty. Did you? I don't think you saw the thing he says he did an interview where he says like, yeah, no, I haven't gotten a lot of my like, listen, the CEO ain't like the Rent a Girlfriend author, okay? But like, it is kind of funny. It's like he says like the reason why I haven't been able to have a lot of my actual artwork in the game is because my wife is the lead art designer, and she literally goes and looks at us like, this ain't good enough, dog.
I mean, I also think the other reason he probably can't put that much of his artwork into the game is that he's already been on record saying at least 1 or 2 times he does in fact use some level of AI generation in his pieces recently, or at least the past like a year or two.
Mm,
No bueno.
yeah, I mean,
Like,
just kind of seeing his stuff going on his Twitter game flashbang by him playing around with some generative AI piece is like, dog, you serious?
one, you're the CEO, and two, you're married to an artist. What are we doing here?
And you're an artist yourself. It's like what? And then this is not really to me being upset over it, but it's also another piece like, and then you're also having them tell a story about art and memories for your big collab event. What are you doing, dog? No, it's even worse because he used that AI stuff to be like a presentation to be like, hey, to try and test out, hey, Stellar Blade's coming out on PC, guys.
God. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if some of the costumes in that game, from what I've seen, were made with AI.
In Stellar Blade,
Yeah.
I who knows? Maybe the concept was
Oh
probably
yeah, the
taken
concepts, yeah.
because I know for one thing, there's a main character's backstory uh designed a bunch of accidentally like took the design of multiple characters, and it's probably like people are like assuming like, oh, you this is when like they shifter was like kind of like potentially toying around with the idea, so it's like, oh, you probably took the idea from an AI generated version of these NPCs, and it took
Then,
from this one from an artist from Fake Grand Order, so you pretty much had to kick them out, you had to redesign them, and that also includes the sister of one of the major characters in the game.
you know, Shift Up is so lucky. People are too busy gooning to actually look at what they're doing behind the scenes as a company.
It's like, it's like at the end of the day, they make a good game with some busty women. Like
That's all
DK,
that matters.
DK is still a good game, even with some of its flaws. It's still a fine game, even with some of its flaws, and there are a good chunk of them.
It's the 7 out of 10 of all time.
Like they say the right things, they do the right things, but you also know that in the back, at any moment, someone could push just a bit too far.
Right. I mean, we know they're starting in a new on another gotcha game.
Yeah, and I'm like, I am not interested if those are the designs of those characters, dog. Ooh.
Right.
Also, it's like I hate.
I mean,
And the other problem is with AI is like I hate because it's like, yeah, they look too shiny. They look like the usual AI generated design concept. Too. It's like because they're so shiny. It's like, dog. There's just no way,
right.
right?
I mean, the shininess isn't that too far off from what their previous game, Destiny Child. The
Uh,
extreme shininess and like oil is just his thing. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but it's like it's just hard to really tell now because it's
Right.
starting to try and get better, and then you have people who are just trying to, who also just like alter it and dab it up to make it look cleaner.
Yeah.
They're actual artists. They can just like feed their own work into the prompt and just kind of get out something.
And the problem, and even then, the problem is that like almost no artist has enough data to actually fully do that. Like you are inevitably gonna be pulling from someone else's work, even if you quote unquote fed the AI yourself.
Yeah, because it has to get ideas from somewhere. So it's like, yeah, you can tell, you can feed them what your art style looks like, but it's just gonna have to look somewhere else eventually to figure out what to do. It's like,
Like AI models require like what, billions of images?
yep, it's a lot.
Wait, yeah, anyone that says, "Oh yeah, it's trained entirely on our own work," liar. Or
so
obfuscating the actual reality of it.
so yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think probably before the before the event ends, I'm gonna probably pick up uh, the season, the past skins, and, and then the usual uh battle pass skin for this month, which uh for this month, or rather, like, this month, it's one of the characters in like this like casual wear. Like, did I tell you about that skin? It's
I don't know.
it's the skin where it's like there's a character who's like in like jean shorts. She's in jean shorts and she's got a book of dinosaurs on her.
I think so.
But it's like, yeah, no, that skin is like the one I want. And it's like, I still think, because they have kind of like teased the next skin, which is summer skin. I'm like, it's like, okay, that's cool, but I don't know if I'm a fan of it.
Mm.
But after that, Wuthering Waves, got more into that. I decided to make the executive decision to skip Cartelia, whatever her name is,
Right.
because I lost the 50-50. I'm like, you know what? I'm saving this for Lupa, because I didn't pull for Chicona, so that team's already just like low powered. I probably pull for Lupa after I kind of spent a little bit too much on Anniversary.
Ooh.
And by that I mean I got every character except what's his name?
Jeez.
Li- Listen, it was Anniversary. I'm like, you know what? I got it. And luckily it's because I just like, they also gave out extra things, so I just kind of like got lucky on some pulls. So like I didn't
Fair.
spend that much. Well, it was a lot. So I was
I
like,
just
yeah,
do just a little bit of whaling.
yeah. So like, I'll save this up for Lupa, because I like Lupa right now. But man, I really need a character. I really need a cool character, dude. Please. I need another cooler character right now as soon as possible. Because I'm like, if they announced for Lobo, I'm like, I don't care. Like, I think it's, if anything, I'm more upset that For Loba's coming, because like Bro, where the hell is Scar? Like, Scar has existed longer than Forloba, and Forloba's coming out now? Oh,
Look, cool characters are a dying breed in gotcha games.
yeah.
Slowly.
Speaking of dying, I also went back to Genshin.
I don't get the connection.
I pulled the fish.
Oh.
And I only pulled her because Capistrano is funny. At least on a higher note, I won the 50-50 on her weapon,
Nice.
so that's positive. Now I just have to wait for another region that will probably be mid, and then I'm wondering, why did I spend all this money on Genshin again? I
No.
question my sunk cost fallacy.
Yep.
It's also just funny because I'm like, somehow I just have her whole team.
Sweet.
Like, I got Farina like half a year ago. Her other like decent teammate is already there. She can play with a lot other sub DPS. And I got the chef literally off of winning a 50-50 like last patch. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, yeah, probably fine. Uh that's not that. That is the end of my gotcha escapades.
Man, my gotcha look was terrible. I lost another 50-50 in like Zenless at freaking Kaleda. I'm like, damn it.
Hmm. Unfortunate.
Yeah, probably, at least I'll get the next character. It's like, man, like, why would they? I wonder, like, why they decided to do that with Zenless. For like, all right, what if we just released the like Archon equivalent as the first character in the patch? Like, huh?
It's the anniversary. When else would we have the ability to do so?
It's like, let people save.
No. He's like, y'all know Hugo what's her name were bait?
Look, Vivian's great with my Jane, but every character's great with Jane because Anomaly's busted. Damn it. At least the Panda's cool.
Yeah, Panda is pretty cool. Uh Outside of that, I on the gunpla front, completed the Astray Red Frame Kai.
Nice.
That build freaking sucks because while it is cool, the amount of like little small like bits I had to, like little nips that are like on the part
Oh
that I had to
yeah.
like clip off. Because you have to get off the run. You've got like those little like protrusions that are like there for some reason, so you've got to like nick them off. And it's like that was
Yeah.
for almost every red piece,
Oh no.
and the main frame is red. So so like it quite literally took almost all day just to do all one day just to do the legs. I didn't even get to the waist. I was like, oh my god, this is annoying as hell. I'm I got a bunch of kibble on my sheet because of this. I'm like, like the kid is cool, but man, I don't ever want to
What a
touch.
process.
If that's what I gotta do for the future streams, I'm never touching them again, bro.
Yeah, no, the Australians show a lack of willingness to just calm down on the designer's part.
Uh,
They're all inevitably a pain to build.
but yeah, I think outside of that, the only like real money thing I've got to spend on is the next Vanguard set, which drops next week. Got
Nice.
sneak tomorrow, maybe a Friday as well. I don't know. I don't know what's going. I mean, Sunday, excuse me. And that's about it. Oh yeah, I did buy my Koro stuff. So I do have finally a whole playset of Stragas now in
Sweet.
the artwork for the Skyride manga. So I am content.
It is kind of nice that like Vanguard manga has like actual consistent-ish translations, at least on the fan side. Ish.
Yeah, I don't think I put that in news,
Uh,
but
but
oh
you know,
my
not at
god,
all.
what the hell? What is the Legalis please? What are y'all doing, dog? You didn't see the tweet from what was it, a Craze? I think it was Craze Survivor. Like he pointed out like the first chapter of Skyride Volume 2 they put out because they're like, yeah, we're announcing that you can pre-order now. And he's like, okay, that's cool, but what the hell is the Legalis piece? And
Oh.
it's just a bunch of shoddy translations. It's like, what the hell's going on, dog? How you fumbling
Oh.
volume 2?
Oh no.
Like this is kind of the horrible thing. It's like, you know what? This is gonna be the wildest thing I probably say. And I mean this, and I don't mean this like to be like me condoning this at all.
Uh-huh. Go on.
I feel like I would trust. I feel like it says something that I would trust Shift Up more with using any form of AI than anything Bushiroad would ever do.
You know, I'm trying to disagree,
That's the sad part. That's the worst part about this. I don't think you
but
can.
man, but nothing Bushiroad does is translated by someone who has English as their first language, and it really shows.
Like, I'm not saying the translation AI or anything else, but there's quite literally English terms for this. It's written on the dang cards. Why on earth?
Right.
Who's like I think let me look at my manga here real quick because I have volume 1 right here. Let's see.
It's like, where's the quality control, right?
Story and art by Makatembo. Like Knack is the technical advisor. Let's see the now I think about it, I'm like, hold on here. Where is the production credits of the manga? It's probably like on the back pages or something. Let me see here. All right, let me see the back of the manga. English translation rights for that. Thailand, India, Canada, New Zealand. Arranged with Shogakukan. Yeah. Cover design, publisher, chief editor, translation, Sina Tamano. Yeah, it's like there is a cover touch up and lettering. And so there's a translator on the actual thing, right? So it's like it's
Right.
probably it's just like a mistake and they just don't know much about Vanguard. So I'm just gonna say that there. But I think my point still stands that I would rather my unfortunate point still stands that I feel like Shipped Up would be much more morally correct with AI than Bushiroad would be.
I mean, look, there's always been quality control issues like Vanguard translations.
Yeah,
It's like, what are we doing?
yeah, it's
I
just
mean, I
like,
know why.
but even then, it's like there's still so many English things like you just have to look it up,
Yeah.
look up the cards and the information. Like you know how to work a wiki. It's like this is 2025. We shouldn't be having those issues, and it's made even worse when I hate to say it, it's like again we go back to the AI thing. It's like when people are trying to replace your job for AI, it's like, and you have these issues of translation. That's a problem, especially when you have the
Yeah.
resources to fix all that. I don't know how
Right.
much time you had to translate it, but it's still like I don't know, man.
And,
Maybe okay, maybe I'm being a little too harsh. I don't know. Maybe I'm being going
nah, I wouldn't say that.
or not. Maybe not too harsh, and more like maybe being a little too like I'm not trying to say the person used AI. I'm just saying I feel like we can't have these type of translations in 2025 anymore,
Right.
especially for the top 5 longest running card game franchises in the world right now.
Yeah.
Like
Like, it's what killed Battle Spirits the first time go around.
Battle
Oh,
Spirits.
yeah, translation's so bad no one can play the damn game. Cool.
All right, but yeah, uh that is about my week. That's about my break. Still making it through 100 line. Just finished the killing game route.
of,
I will say it is.
of course, it's a Danganronpa route.
Uh, I will say it probably is one of the best written routes in the game so far. Like
Sweet.
without doubt, it's just really good. Also created the joke of the main villain going, "I'll get you next time." Main character in his polycule.
My God. Wow.
For the record, the joke is that they're for the context is like slight spoilers. It's not even like spoiler for the game, but it's like the whole point is like main character gets in a relationship with a different girl from the normal love interest, Uh, she then makes out with another character who then starts to fall for her. And then there's the gay assassin who also wants for you. And you're just like, you know what? Screw it.
Right.
When this is all over, we're just gonna get an apartment and we're just gonna live together. F it.
Well, one room.
Like, I'm obviously shortening it for spoilers and
Right,
other
right.
information that would coincide with that, but it's just like it's just really funny. Yeah, Underline's still
That's
good.
amazing.
Underline's still good. We should get to playing it.
I will eventually.
Uh-huh. Ain't
There's
see
just a
no.
lot on my plate. All right.
You bought Expedition 33 and have yet to make it past Act 1.
Whoa, that's a lie. I'm at the end of Act 2.
Oh, sorry. No, that's me. Yeah, I think I need to drop that game again for a while.
Like I have actually made progress.
You just need to drop that game for a while and reset because I'm like I think just mainly my connections fully on 100 line right now. I need some time to kind of
Fair.
get through a lot of that and having to do a lot more IRL stuff. But yeah, that has been the break time. Congrats Wooly for having a kid.
Right. Oh man, I just remembered something. G-Gen Eternal, like just doing the dump, just randomly adding in build fighter spanner.
Oh yeah, right next to the
It's like,
Del Side. It's like,
nice.
wait,
You can't, there's no event to actually use the star build strike.
yet.
It's like there's no like at the rate where this game is going, we may finally get the build fighter stages by the second anniversary.
Like, just prepare, guys. It's like we're letting you know right now. Build Fighters is on the menu.
Also, UC stonks keep going up because the current event is Wing and Zeta Gundam. Weird mix.
All
And all
right.
my wing units kind of suck right now.
All right.
Darn.
Louis. Yeah, I think we are pretty much done with the usual thing. So I guess next is getting our news set up.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah. This
There
is one
we go.
base. Yeah. I probably should look through the whole thing, but because everybody's just so separated, it's a whole different thing. All right.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of links today.
There is no. Okay. So, where are you? A lot of links today, but a lot of discussion. All right, so we are
Sure.
done. That now. we have moved on to news. Gosh,
The news.
clear that up. That needs to be cleaned. All right, so close that out. On to the news. Starting off, we've got the. Dang it. Like, I'm just now noticing how much is kind of messed up on my screen, so I need to really make sure this is good. Okay, so on the news, Bushiroad product stream for Japan happened this week, like I kind of alluded to in my news. So we've got summarized PDF. Okay, let me see. This might be just better on my side. Let me see. Yes. Okay. Okay. We're good. Yeah. We got a PDF that it's just cleaner. So first of all, on the docket, reminder that anime starts July 5th. We'll be so back. Speaking of things that probably happen, on to the next thing on immediately. The heck is this? Okay. Next thing, let's talk about the restriction list for Vanguard. For standard only, because they don't care about anything else over there. Card restrictions starting on July 1st. Drag Veda and Bob Sagra are choice restricted. Makes sense.
Yay.
To go long and short of it, yes, Bob Sagra's so strong. However, it's different from having Bob Sagra at 3 cards in hand, and then all of a sudden they rip an OT, hit you at 6, and you basically die because a Vanguard that shouldn't be restanding restood. And then they just recover, and it's harder to beat them now.
I don't know. Maybe the Dragonic Overlord OT was a mistake. I'm just saying.
Next, choose one. 80 Monster Tectian and follow Machine Monster Saburide. Choice restricted. Pretty much meant to kill the bat. This doesn't really do anything for, at least presently, for decks like Arcite and Ava who actually play these monsters, because they have kicked Tectian out the deck for years.
No.
And only Arcite plays Saburide, so doesn't really matter. Moe flashes at 1. Also another hit to the bat, pretty much turns bat into the greatest high roll deck of all time. Meaning if you just, but it loses a bunch of consistency, meaning you just can't, meaning if you play, you just will just die harder.
I'm gonna miss the bat.
That was cool, but it definitely was too toxic with the way they had acceleration. Next, speaking of Bob Saga, the Fancy War is cut to 1 because, as they say in their thing, I don't think I pulled it up. In their explanation, I need to pull that up real quick. But they say in it, I'll go over their explanations right now. They say pretty much one of the reasons back got hit was simply put because players could abuse the OT defensively.
Dang, I can't believe people. Well, you're drinking 2, get up playing defensively. Darn it.
Here you go. I'll talk about this in a video later, kind of. I'll probably talk about this in a video later, but yeah, here's, what is that? That is not what. Is this the right? I was like, what the heck kind of thing did I get? I was about to send you some. I don't know what that was.
Wait, what?
I think I was about to send you the link to the AI chicken eating again by accident. But yeah, here's the balanced choices justification, translated by Kairos. Uh,
Cool.
so here's the explanations for each. Here's the balance change as follows. Choice for Bob Sagra and Jack Veda. Pretty much activate during drive check for second time with the Diva and Akshaya for triple driver 2 crit. This behavior alone can often decide the fight from almost any situation with your choice for these cards. Pretty much, Bob Saga could just win.
It kills too fast.
It kills too fast from any situation. You could quite literally, your opponent could be at 1 damage. You could just end up 1 damage on their turn. You could just end up killing them, and just too fast. That alone as a finisher is not healthy. So they restricted it. Boy Flash to 1 contributes.
Man, and OT causing a super unhealthy interaction. Gee,
Data ends in a Y. Lightning Heat Monster Moe Flash, restricts to 1. Significantly contributes to performing its ability multiple times in 1 turn by increasing the number of set orders chosen by the auto ability of Quaking Whipple Monster Elder Gleama, as it allows multiple set orders to be placed in the order zone at once from hand. To reduce the reproducibility of behaviors when 5 or more cards are chosen by the ability of the Gleama, and a max number of times the behavior can be performed in 1 turn, we restrict it to 1. Favorite and Tectian. By adding Tectian from the order zone to the hand and discarding it with the auto ability of Savoid, you can use the ability of Tectian adding set orders to your hand and rapidly decreasing set orders in your deck, aka deck thin. Furthermore, with torrential energy research, this series of actions can be easily performed to prevent the above behavior restricting these cards. Basically, torrential energy research also just made it a loop too. So it's like you could basically loop this every turn and not get punished for it. So right here, that's a common. Now for these last 2 and another part that's also not on this list, which we're going to talk about, updates to the future card development. They've decided to make these changes because this would help balance and provide stuff in the future. And they say, first thing, defensive order 1. When combined with over triggers, this card allows for multiple instances of guarding with 50k or more shield in a single fight. This gives Dragon Empire a significant defensive advantage compared to other nations. To limit the number of times this behavior can occur, we have decided to restrict this card to 1.
Forward.
There's a lot to go over that, but I'll talk about in a video. Sleeve Tugging Bell is forbidden. This card allows cards bound as a cost to be returned to the drop zone and reused, making it difficult for Stokia to use binding as a cost. Since this card significantly restricts future development areas, it will be made unusable. What are they about to do?
Well, I mean, they kind of just spoiled, gave the game away, right?
Yeah. It's like, what cards? Like, what exactly are you about? Like, is that why Zorga sucks? Because you're scared that we might make Zorga too powerful. We give it a crazy card it can abuse, which we'll talk about Zorga in a second.
Bushi is so scared of order cards, it's hilarious.
Speaking of order cards, Yay Wandering Souls and Nectar Sensation have been errated. So they have been errated to only work with Zorga. Like if your regular does not have a Zorga name, you cannot use these cards. What for context? Context, Wandering Souls. So for context, Wandering Souls allows for an extra drive check, and then Sensationalism increases the critical of your rear guards in any deck. That means their existence must be factored in when creating ride lines and stand rear guards. So they're like, yeah, if we make a rear guard restander with Nectar Sensationalism, it just pretty much becomes hard to really deal with. So that's a thing.
All right, so we know we're getting a restender.
And then finally, the other change, which is probably where I've seen the most frustration, regarding the mechanic of Black Wings and White Wings, which is a lyrical monastery mechanic notably used by Celestial. We will be changing the rules so that Black Wings and White Wings only apply when the Vanguard has Celestial in its card name. Please wait for the Files rule update for more details on the rule changes.
I'll be right back, and then I'll be ranting about these changes. All right, BRB.
Okay. All right, we're back. All right, so go on your discussion. What were you trying to say?
All right, so here's my problem with these changes, right? Bushy is just like hard kneecapping this format like immediately. Because like, what are the implications here, right? It's like, shoot, we kind of like these generic cards be used generically. Wait, shoot, Zorga's on these ones? Zorga lock. Like, all right. And like the Black Wing and White Wing change did not need to happen. Like, I swear, like, Bushy just suddenly got cold feet about generic cards in what should be a much more generic format. Cool, let's just keep siloing off design. That's clearly where things are going. I'm sick of it.
So,
like, nations were the perfect chance to just make more generic options. And Bushy's like, yeah. So outside of these triple R cycle cards designed for being generic, we're just gonna start restricting everything to the one Vanguard we want them to work for. Come on. What are we doing?
so here's the thing. I don't know how to really feel about it. Because on one hand, I completely get why people were upset. Because it's like this feels like we're continue to keep, you know, stifling the decks and the mechanics and everything.
Right.
However, it's very much just obviously something that like they don't want to have to deal with later, because I'd argue say it implies that like whatever they were planning to do, that whatever they're planning to do was going to be almost as bad as probably what they feel like Balsari was going to be.
I mean, from the sound of it, it's another order-based deck in Davis. I mean, that's what it sounds like is happening. It's like, all right, next Stride deck says gonna beat Davis. So we kind of need to put a stopgap on this restanding stuff here.
I mean, that and that or Nana Clear could do some insane Nana Clear or other archetypes later could do some insane stuff.
Right.
And they're just like, let's just nip it in the bud now. Because again, like they say they usually do card design a year or so in advance. So whatever they got planned for next year is probably something crazy. They're like, yeah, no, we can't. We're not even gonna bother.
I mean, I think the problem here is also like the precedent, right? What is future card design going to look like from now on?
I mean, that's a genuine question too. It's like, what? That is a genuine question.
Like, we're never gonna see something like the Rezel good stuff pile again at this going rate.
I mean, even if they try, I guarantee you the issue is not because the reason why we see the regular good stuff piles more so because just like the general cards for Reziel, and by extension any other like nation that does the quote unquote good stuff like thing, is because just simply put, they don't have the deck. Like their own general support is not strong enough to do what the deck needs to do, so it just fills it in.
Right.
Like, for example, Artasaria only runs 2 cards, not Artasaria or its orders, from its main archetypal support. And that's in set 9. Set
Wow.
8, it basically threw out the entire archetype support. So it very much is just like a whole thing of what the heck else can we do? All our cards require our grade 3 and or et cetera, et cetera. That being said,
Man, I can't wait for like a bunch of cards for an archetype all having reveal a grade 1 or grade 2 archetype card in your ride deck or your Vanguard circle to act as a cost.
that being said, erratas are very hard because it requires then to fix a have to put a lot of the true actual card on there, because that means
Yeah,
like people will just not know, right? There's
right.
gonna be more of the old card than there is of the new card out there in circulation. So people
Gotta
just
do a
gonna
card
be,
recycling program.
yeah, and even then it's like you have to go to the events to actually deal with that, right? You can't just.
Right.
So right, it's a discussion that could be extend off for another day. We probably should keep going. The one thing is that one thing I could say is also just like at a certain point, at what point is just not having, at what point is enough restrictions? Because
Yeah.
yes, you made it set white wings and black wings can be used with Celestial, but isn't that what the name lock on the card effect is meant to be anyway?
Right.
And even then, it's not as if this. And what kind of cards were you not planning to have locked on Celestial's name that you were, did you forget to put Celestial in the cards' names? Is that why you're upset? And then even then, it's like,
Probably.
let's be honest, like there are cards that just like we just went through this whole thing in Divines, where it's like there are cards that just literally have one general effect and one effect that lock to a boss, but it's like those cards spiked in price because, surprise, the card that wasn't unlocked was the most generic thing imaginable, so everybody just used it. It didn't matter if it was contextually for your deck, it was good.
Like the generic cards, right? Like I feel like Benji made them too strong to a certain degree. Like they're too valuable, right? Probably because they have to justify the triple R slot, but it's like you in a game like this, you don't want the generics to be too good.
Not to mention, not to mention the fact that they are triple rares means just like it's just naturally harder to get because each case is right now so shoved in with regular triple rares because the case ratios are
Right.
six, are like 18 triple rares a set, give or take a regalas piece.
Yeah.
That means you get at most a play set of a card of a triple rare in a case.
Like, why these aren't like double R's? I will not. Why?
I don't know, and that's just the frustrating. Like, it's so frustrating because like it's a whole thing. But the point is that the rarity thing is a whole different situation. But the point is, at what point do we have to quite literally errata a whole mechanic to only work with one Vanguard boss? What is happening? Like, why? What happened? What exactly are you considering giving to Celestial that you said regular name locking was not enough? And you can't even use the effect of Will Charmu was playing it. Charmu was not playing it that well. Charmu was not a
Dang, this
meta threat because it was using white wings and black wings like that.
man, we made some damn good wing support. Shoot, it's too good. Shoot. Yeah, Alessio only.
For the card of the whole mechanic. What?
Right.
Like, so I kind of feel like it's like this kills off another like it kills off a lot of fun goofy decks that are just casual. Right?
You know what I can't wait for when like they start doing reveals for like one of the later sets. Sorry, a new rule change. You can only use Verena. You only like sorry. What was it? You only use Overdress if you control a Bavsagro or Chakravarti or Verena Vanguard. I'm waiting for it. They're gonna lock down Overdress too.
That'd be so funny and both so sad if that was what happens. Because it's like, are you serious?
It's like, who are you trying to nerf here?
It is just wild.
Oh, sorry, that one prison card you guys started taking into other decks? No. Sorry, lock the snow.
Hmm. Yeah. We'll get the snow. All right. Let's move on from the restriction list. They announced the worlds in the Buddy Fight booster. We've already seen both confirmed Dragon World ride lines, but now we've got Magic World, Katana World, uh Dragon Ein, and 100 Demons.
I knew they had to do it, but I really do not like Dragon Roll getting 2 reps. It
Yeah,
was inevitable. They were going to do it.
and I assume they just didn't want to do Star Dragon already and then just have like 6 unique decks. It was like you
Right.
could just probably mix and match
Like,
5. But it's also funny, it's like, dang.
we can't do Hero World because, they just got Brave and we can't keep feeding these guys.
Yeah, but where is our, where's Danger World?
Ancient Dragon World.
Yeah, Ancient World's not here. Uh, Danger World's not here. What other worlds there? Hero World's not here.
Dungeon.
Star Dragon World's not here. Dungeon's not here. Dungeon's so funny because it pretty much is a collab booster. Yeah, like there's so many worlds that aren't in this booster, at least not that we know of. So it is kind of like, dang. So
I mean, but I can also totally see, like, Buddy Fight getting a second title booster and everyone screaming that why they won't bring the game back still after 2 boosters.
yeah, like I already know like a second booster would be Star Dragon World easily.
Yeah.
Also,
Buddy Pie is going to show up in Weiss before it gets a reboot.
possibly in Rebirth. Next, one box will now have a Buddy Rare.
Eh.
There you go. Next up, Token Rambu Volume 3 has a release date of September 5th in Japan. You okay there, sir?
Sorry, I got tired.
Man, you can't do that to the OGs. They've been here from the jump.
Get him off the stage.
Man, hating. All right, next up, Set 11 will release in Japan on October 10th, 2025. Guess who's back? Back again. Yu's
Ryuka
back.
Matoi?
Tell a friend. Yep. So yeah, we have Yu. He's returned from France, which means for all of you who didn't play Dear Days 2 story, that was canon. He's back from fashion school.
He clearly didn't learn anything.
Why everyone cooking fit? That's crazy.
Can you blame us?
You don't understand the concept of high fashion, okay?
He looks like a poorly dressed pirate. He's doing too much, and you had the boots on top. No.
Listen, he wants to dress like a gay pirate. Let him. Let him express himself, okay? So we also have Verena with scissors as a weapon and funnels.
Yep, we got to restrict overdress. I'm sorry.
Also in this pack, the worst case scenario, Seraph will get a upgrade as well as another Leonorn. My behated.
I do not like this Seraphar. I am sorry.
You know, I said earlier. She looks. I mean this not to for a joke. No pun intended. She looks too white. Like she looks like she's a ghost. Like all her.
Like the vibe is like so weird. It's like, what, you get to mode the beat cop? Like, what are we doing here?
No, it's like it's supposed to be like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do, but it's like one of the things is like her dark blues, the dark blues and everything. So it's like now you're just like white on light blue on yellow on yellow hair on the light blue onto yellow, like so many bright colors. It's like this is with the bright like kind of like I guess you could say probably like I won't say periwinkle-ish eyes.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, it's like just she's just so bright. It's like, come on, girl.
Like, I don't know, this might be because I was watching Dragon Ball Z at work earlier today, but she's got some real Bulma energy here, and I don't like it.
Yeah, that's probably because it's Dragon Ball Z. I don't know how that works. But yeah, I'm just concerned because my issue in prison is that Seraph is so weird. Because this deck feels like it is one grade 3 upgrade away from actually just probably being a dangerous mess of card design.
Well, we need a new control deck to menace the format.
But the problem is this deck's not a control deck. At a certain point, the control stopped when your main boss gave your front row 2 crit.
It could be a control deck now.
And they got a restandard. There's no... Like, yeah, I have to deal with 50k 2 crit twice, plus a triple drive Vanguard that could potentially hit the OT and just turn everything into 4 quick swings. It's like I'm very concerned because if this card is good, I'm scared. And Leonor, I just don't like Leonor. Okay, I just feel find Leonor annoying. Okay.
Look, all right. All they need to do is just give Seraph Snow a crush card virus. All right.
All right, we're moving on for that.
Hear
So
me out.
no. All right, schedule buddy fight September.
Yeah.
That 10 is in October. No wait, no, August. September. Togerambu is November. I mean October. Excuse me. I'm tired.
Togerambu is September.
No, excuse me. I completely miss. I'm tired. I'm tired. July for buddy fight. August
We've got like
for
39
set 10.
go.
September for Togerambu. October for set 11. And Lyrical finally gets their independent set in November. So they will be presumably fall coated. Get ready for the Thanksgiving set.
Woo, Makoto will maybe get some cards and I don't know.
Alright. Showers Evolve. We're moving on. Next up, the Idolmaster collab booster comes out. Anyway. Wait, is that actually on the... Is that all the new news? Wait, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Is that all the new news they announced? No, that can't be right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh my god, it is. I was right, because everything was just like updates to like older sets and details.
Yeah, that's it for Shabadoobie.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh no. Alright. Godzilla. Booster 2 releases October 4th, 2025.
Shoot, when did Booster 1 come out already?
No. Well, actually, I think it releases next month.
Alright.
Will include cast sign from the Godzilla anime.
Huh.
Okay.
Anyway.
And that's it. Love Live. Booster Pack Summer, August 9th. Premium Booster Love Live. Releases in September. Focuses on these two bands right here. This and A-Rise.
Nice.
Quintuplets. Booster 5 releases this winter.
How are you making that many sets out of...
I don't know.
Look, as long as it keeps finding more Ranger Rejects chapters, don't take it.
New rarity, GSP. And there's a non-signed SSSP illustration. Rebirth.
I think SP is getting a little ridiculous. All right, we got the SP, we got the SSP, we got the SSSSP. See how high can it go?
So next for Rebirth, a main announcement. Witch Watch comes out September 26th. I've never heard of this show.
Same.
Dolphin Wave is in the
Never heard of this.
Which release date to be announced. All right. Blue Archive Booster 3 also announced.
Whoa.
And that's all for like the main core pieces of Rebirth. For those of you who care about Rebirth. Hololive. Start decks for Amane Kanata and Hosho Marine, August 29th. This is for you, and that's it.
Yay.
And we don't check the main page. Yeah, that's pretty much it. They showed off the high rarity stuff. White Schwartz Blau. Blue Exorcist gets a booster August 29th.
Hey, that's pretty neat.
Kudo, I guess Black Butler Public School Art gets a booster September. Natsume Yujinsho. Natsume Yujinsho start deck in October.
A lot of announcements for WoW.
Nintama Rantaro movie Greatest Strategist of Dokutake Ninja Team start deck booster released on November 21st. Alright, that's cool. And Tales of series start deck and booster releases December 19th, 2025. It will have
This is for you.
everything for Tales of Destiny, Destiny 2, Tales of Innocence R, Tales of Hearts R, Tales of Zillia, Tales of Zillia 2, Tales of Zestria, Tales of Berseria, and Tales of Arise. Why did you say this for me?
Aren't you a huge Tales fan?
No.
Oh.
I'm a Trails fan.
Oh, right.
I've never completed a Tales game.
Tales. Pretty much the same.
Fire Force Season 3 is announced to get a booster. Release date to be announced. What are the odds that they add Soul Eater characters in here?
That'd be pretty awesome.
All right, y'all. Please be prepared because I probably have to skim through all of this real quick. White Shorts Rose. Oh no, wait, I forgot.
Section
Lose and Wisp booster release date January 30th, 2026. I'm assuming this is another like grouping of visual novels and light novels together.
Yeah.
All right. Aqua Plus booster February 27th. Which is
more visual novels.
Too Heart, White Album 2, and what are they? Mono?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm surprised they're in rows.
Well, it's based on the main of the original novel.
Okay. And that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God we made it.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, because I think most of the degenerate stuff was just recaps of interspecies reviewers, which saw those high rarities. Oh God.
We cannot show them on this stream.
No, I remember watching Different Heights recap, and we got to that part. It's like he's like, I'm not, I can't go back. It's just all out. Just tis out, ass out, everything out. I'm like, ooh.
It's like YouTube's gonna flag me if I go back to recap.
Mm-hmm. Not risking that. Understandable. Regular Weiss. Restrictions. A whole bunch of them.
Woo!
All I can
more hits in the last 5 years of premium.
I can believe this is for ReZero, some for ReZero, some for Bang Dream. Ayakashi Triangle, I assume. Or something with a triangle in it. Probably more thing I wish I knew.
No one here on this podcast is Japanese. Please understand.
I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, that's the ban list. Summer Pockets Reflection Blue re-edit booster in July 18th. Idolmaster Shining Colors releases September 26th. Cinderella Girls releases January 30th. Jeez. And a White Schwartz Tales of series booster, which will include Tales of
The
Fantasia,
other games.
Eternia, Symphonia, Rebirth, Tales of Legendia, Tales of the Abyss, Tales of the Tempest, Tales of Phonia, Tales of Prosperia, and Tales of Graces F.
It's pretty much all the other games.
Yep, releases January 16th,
It's like, choose your route.
which is funny. I think they said something like you can actually combine them both. I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Uh, ReZero fourth booster. I assume this is based on season 3. Uh, in 2026 sometime. Also, Overlord gets a premium booster in November 28th.
Nice.
Then Data Live gets a third booster October 3rd.
And imagine being one of the series that only has one booster.
You mean like most of them?
Yeah.
Uh, Trash Your Girlfriend Booster 2, release date October 31st.
Look, it's not trash, all right. Sure, he's $20,000, at least 250 grand in the hole.
Listen, if I'm spending that much for a woman I'm not dating, I'm not actually dating, it's probably it's probably because of, you know, someone related to me.
In his defense, they did move in together.
For what reason?
Uh, something apartment under maintenance. We gotta have the cast move in together.
Anyway, Virtual Girl at World's End Extra Booster, release date December 12th.
I've never heard of this.
Nope. Uh,
Cool.
Teen Idol Mosaic 15th Anniversary Trial Deck and Booster, release date November 14th.
And
That is it.
that's it.
Yeah, we have made it through all of the strategy presentation of the news. What were your overall thoughts on this one?
Oh, a lot of dude, like, of course, Weiss is always gonna have the lion's share of announcements.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Vanguard stuff's interesting.
Stuff
I don't know if I'm a fan.
I think Vanguard stuff is a lot more controversial, but does make it a lot more interesting in the long run,
Right.
for like discussion and topics.
Like, a lot of implications here.
Uh,
I'm gonna say I'm not a fan of Yu coming back, but it had to happen for that one obligatory episode where the protagonists have to duke it out.
listen, listen. I'm just glad he finally gets a chance to redeem himself. I need that. I need this. Please, let me have this.
Redeem himself for what?
The other disaster. This means into the eventual other arc of, yeah, here's the final arc of Divines. Blackout and Divines have to unite together. I will take it.
No.
Yes.
I don't want another GZ situation.
But the thing is, we can have GZ, but better.
Uh, Look, I'm saying Divine Slugs is already kind of meh after like the first 2 seasons because we had to shove in the old cast.
No,
I don't
that
like the old cast.
that's a you problem.
I'm sick of legacy characters.
They're not legacy. They're in the same show. We didn't even move any past time. We moved time after Divine season 2.
I don't want these dressed characters near my divine goats.
Your goats. That's crazy to
Okay,
say they're your
that's
goats.
like way too far.
You glazing.
Yeah.
You were glazing.
Uh,
you were hot doing on that thing.
If it establishes a point, I have no choice. Anyway,
Godzilla, you exist. Most of these
Man,
games are in Japan
Godzilla's just
only.
here. Like, I swear, Godzilla's just here to fill slots.
All Live just showed up to remind you that the card game exists. Speaking of Hollow Live,
Yep.
uh, for English, they announced that Booster Pack Quintet Spectrum drops October 17th.
Neat.
It's the one thing
You know,
I didn't know that who is in this set. So now I definitely hate it out of principle.
look, all right, you gotta learn to embrace hot Japanese fire. All right.
I'm not letting this culture vulture get any positivity from me. I'm sorry.
Culture Vulture is wild.
I've heard her say the N word. We're moving on before we go any further. Also, start deck for
Let the,
Red, Blue, and
let the
Purple.
record say that Wada Calliope Mori has not, in fact, said the N word in any public official business context.
True. You know what? That's right. That is technically off the record.
It doesn't excuse any other Hollow members that have said it on the record, but you know.
Yeah, no. Y'all crazy. Y'all need... yeah, they also 3-star decks drop October 17th too for these three. All right. Let me double check our list here real quick.
All right, I'll be right back for the next sections. BRB.
All right. All right. Back to the news. Master Duel ban list.
Yep.
We don't really talk about Master Duel ban list, but this one's kind of funny. They have banned Snake Eyes Oak. They have limited One of the Millennium cards, and they have unrestricted the Bathmech, I think, is it Diameter, and
Yep.
the
Astrograph?
Astrograph Sorcerer. So pretty much Pendulum is now as close to its full power as you can say.
Yeah. Pendulum, good now. Snake Eyes. Kinda bad. I Can we just get Grasslook Screener back to 3 at this point?
No,
Why not?
because I said so.
We don't have Chaos Ruler. It's fine. The 60 card pile is fine.
I don't know what you're going. I was gonna say I don't know what you're gonna make, but technically you could release Grash in the TCG because we've shot every good deck on just every good generic card for a while.
I mean, shoot. Let me see if this is what I've been running with 60 cards recently.
But
Yeah, I'll just send it to you.
someone,
So you can see what you can do. And imagine what I can do with 3 copies of grass in this thing.
yeah. But I just find it funny how some people are talking like, man, they really don't want to give UR Dust back.
They really don't.
They're like, we're banning everything that says SR and lower. Like,
Right. Hit the URs, cowards.
it's just so funny. It's like I saw the open. Like, this is a comment.
Right.
I think was pretty
You know,
much
they gotta
played at
protect the
one.
precious game. You know, we gotta keep the game's economy from not being too nice.
All right, well, that's kind of say just to laugh there. All right, time for the real topic. So this is funny. Time Wizard rules got changed to was made to be like, oh yeah, Time Wizard formats are now being made to go into current card text for events. Which, if you don't know what Time Wizard is for Yu-Gi-Oh, it is basically like older formats being played under those old rules. They've now pretty much made it. They now said at the time, yeah, from now on, all time wizard rules are now on current timing. Only for them to walk it back like 3 days later after everybody pretty much threatened to save their cat.
All right, all right, here's my most controversial take here.
Go ahead.
All right. They were right to change the Time Wizard rules for Konami.
Keep going.
Like, oh my god. All right. One, I get it. People want their legacy format. Blah blah blah. We need Edison the way Edison was. All right. This isn't Edison. It was never Edison. I get it. Same time period, whatever. This is clearly never supposed to be their version of the fan format, right? We're getting the Commander versus EDH divide or like merge here, right? Look, even Legacy of Magic the Gathering formats use modern rolling and errata. A lot of other card games Legacy formats do. It is only in the case of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the rules are so jank and garbage over time and change so significantly that we have to have this issue. All right. Prayer was garbage. Come on. Priority sucks. All right. No Edison players on to sell me on priority. Like, and a lot of the rules in general were like a lot of rulings and things were pretty ad hoc, right? Like, who were just kind of just a lot, yeah, like a lot of old legacy rulings were just shoot, we're just kind of we don't know exactly what we're doing here, but we're just gonna adjust. Like, hell, it even helps to get new players in the older formats, right? If you just have a new set of formats. Sure, the stopping periods are, pretty similar to legacy formats. I get it, right? The newer formats, they're just like more streamlined, more focused on that legacy play. You help a lot for like integrating newer players into them. Instead of what we have right now, where it's a bunch of old heads complaining about any minor change. All right, I get it's a heavy hit to a bunch of staples. I get it. It's a new format. Listen. See, we didn't even get a chance to experiment with these things until people were like, no, at no point did we go, all right, we want to experiment with this format. Heck, it was already a master duel, right? The time travel events. I don't think enough testing was done, right? On either side of the aisle. And like the entire like blow up seems almost coordinated. Like the entire YouTuber Shadow Council all got together at the exact same time. Like, all right, everyone get together. We need Konami's did a bad. Every single person.
So I'll purpose by kind of saying, like, I think the only I've not. I'll be honest here. I have not followed this whole thing at all. Like, I heard they changed it and this, and like, oh, okay. Because I got other stuff I'm really like focusing on. Like, me and worrying about a format of Yu-Gi-Oh I never played. And while it is important for like the legacy of the franchise or like the competitive format, uh, mm, I just didn't really look up there. I know that there was something about MT and Joshua Smith or something, but outside that, I have no context. Um, that being said, so please keep my words with a grain of salt here. I I think the main reason people wanted to play Edison was because it fit in this like nearly perfect time frame. Whereas like there's so many, it was like I think the best way to put it is what Solemn had said when he was talking about his Yu-Gi-Oh video about why he kind of quit Yu-Gi-Oh or like went back to being just a heavy casual.
Mm.
People are always searching for the magical Christmas land of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And
Yeah.
to them, sometimes that's in the past, like GOAT. Sometimes that's toss. For a lot of people, especially the bigger like spoken heads of Yu-Gi YouTuber community or what have you, like again like Simo who basically never plays paper anymore anyway. Nim Nim who is
Right.
known for things, and BT who will play literally anything that has the Yu-Gi-Oh card game on it somewhere. You know, and I'd say it's like most of the boomers or like what have you look at Edison kind of like the magical Christmas land. To a lot of people, they're Edison pill because to them it's like that is magical Christmas land. That one format, that one weekend in Edison, was it New Jersey, New York, with New Hampshire? I forget what Edison is. That one
Right.
weekend where for the first time in a long time, it looked like every deck was playable. It looked like that was magical Christmas land. And then people spent, because it was so sandwiched in between what basically two tier zero formats, they wanted to experiment, and they experimented with like, what if we kept going? What if we had more time? And that's why Edison became so big, because it is sandwiched in like this nice thing of there's so many archetypes, so many decks, so many concepts that are perfectly like valid in that format, but it's not before you get to the point where Yu-Gi-Oh probably hits like its first insane spike, right? Because
Right.
like,
So like perfect combo between like old and modern.
yes, so them changing the rules effectively breaks the the mirage of magical Christmas land, and it's like that's
Right.
not why we you know changing the rules was not it's kind of like people with people with who have this thing of like, if any one thing is out of place, it's wrong. I'm going to get upset, and that's
Y-
kind of what it is. Like, changing the
Yeah.
rules, the thing changing the rules does a lot of changing. You effectively now have reset a whole new format. And at that point, is that really a Time Wizard format? Is that really why people wanted to play Edison in the first place? And I get that argument of this isn't really, that doesn't make it Edison, that doesn't make it Goat, that doesn't make it Toss, what other like Tengu plants. That's that doesn't make it what made those formats what they were, especially after they've been years, right? Especially the
Right.
past 4 or 5 years of people who were playing on that on the low, and then got popping because of COVID. So it really just come down to of, while yes, the change would be fine, so that judges would still feel like they know what they're doing. Like, you have modern rules updated, you have modern laws updated, things would make sense. It also does, but it doesn't make sense in this context of, then why would they keep printing out product or reprints like the Retro Pack 1, Retro Pack 2, some other things that they've been doing to basically like circulate cards with those previous erratas, I mean with their original versions, give or take, into the market, if it weren't for these formats, only to then just change it anyway.
Yeah. That was dumb. I'm not gives definitely like a hasty-ish decision, relatively speaking. That I will agree on.
Yeah, it's very much like, why did you bring down the price of the legacy secondary market only to then say, "Yeah, now we've got your money, Ruxin. Yeah, all that shit was worthless." It just doesn't
Dude, I
make
mean, I try to make money off of Ruxin too if I was a card game company.
like it just doesn't make a lick of sense in that regard in terms of the monetization part, especially since all those cards are never really going to matter again unless you just make direct support for them again. And even then, like
Yeah.
again, they're in a time wizard, a frozen quote unquote format, where it's like no cards aren't coming in, old cards aren't leaving. They're in this thing, right? You can't change that. These cards are not that expensive unless they're like general staples in current Yu-Gi-Oh, modern Yu-Gi-Oh, or they're very old and have gotten very few reprints.
Like bubble formats have got to I feel like bubble formats are probably just outright a pain for any company. Right? Because like cool. You're kind of relying entirely on like one, entirely on reprints, and two, entirely hoping like maybe some noob level come in and spend money despite like 80, maybe like 90% of the player base for that like bubble format already have their cards. They're not spending. You're kind of just catering to them. Right?
Mm.
Like that has to be a headache for anyone, like for any card game company to deal with. It's probably why V is in the state it is. How much money can they make off of V without printing new cards?
None.
Right. Time Wizard's probably the same way for Konami without except for these retro pack reprints.
Uh, that's just kind of. But I guess
So I'm
the
assuming Konami's plan here, right? Is if you can't make money off of like if you can't make money off of these legacy players with Time Wizard, at least as much money without the retro pack reprints, right? What's the best way to get fresh blood? Pull from newer players. How do you pull from newer players the easiest way? Not making them learn an entirely separate second role set. Just
that is true.
vertically integrate them, just vertically integrate them down in. And now you have them also buying the retro pack reprints, them also in the events, them also being there for the main events too. Instead of the retro event onlys who are just showing up there to just play game.
That is completely. That's a completely interesting point. I
Like I'm sorry to be the Konami businessman shill for like this entire segment, but is it kind of best case scenario for like a card game to like have one rule set everyone can get behind? Like Commander doesn't have that many. Like sure, like Legacy Magic and current Magic play the same.
I mean, like you're saying, even Commander still works under the natural Magic rules. Just has a different rule set, but like it's not that crazy.
Right. Yeah,
Again,
like you're not you don't have to learn like 20 years of like an entirely separate set of arcane rulings from 10 years ago to play Commander.
unless you want to.
But yeah,
Uh, I don't know.
like it's only Edison where I see this problem where like, man, this newer way they're doing things. I don't want anywhere near my old cards.
I don't, I don't know. I am very out of the loop here. I wish I could have, you know,
Mm.
I wish I could have done a lot more research or whatnot. But
I think the funniest part is like what they changed it to, right? I think I remember seeing the second announcement they made.
I couldn't find someone who talked about the second announcement or like the
So
retreat.
right, so the general gist, right, is that time was to be kept the way it is for the NAWCQ, right? They've gone back on that decision. Cool, time withdrawals, they'll have to stay the same, but they created a new format. Time travel, which is exactly what they were gonna do here anyways. And they will all now be supporting time travel and sometimes Time Wizard at events. So, if you start seeing a whole lot of time travel events and not Time Wizard events, I don't think Konami actually apologized here. They just kind of gave you guys like one more event.
Hmm.
Like, sorry, you guys are right. What we did wasn't Time Wizard. So here's time travel. Named just like the events in Master Duel. Like Konami's plan still remains the same. Vertically integrate all retro formats into the current rulings and move Master Duel players into older physical. Like that plan, like they're not stopping that part. Like this whole thing is just like turned into like a mute argument, right? You, the U community, the Edison community wins. Konami also wins after 2 weeks later. Great. Gosh.
Hmm. Again, I will do more research on what the original issue was from like a bunch of people, and then maybe do a follow up next podcast if something
Hmm.
does change.
Thank you
I
for
don't know.
dropping by, Flan.
All right. That's pretty much it for this discussion. So next up, it's time to go into the Bandai segment. So quick thing, they announced the date. They announced the date for Dallas and some ranges for upcoming Bandai Card Game Fest. So Dallas is gonna be September 20th, 21st. Uh, Bangkok and Taipei are in Bangkok, Taipei, and Jakarta in November. Manila's October. Singapore, Dusseldorf, Hangzhou, and Kuala Lumpur are December. Hong Kong is January, Vegas February, and Tokyo is in March. Which, if I understand, that Tokyo will also be potentially the World Championships as well. Just something real quick to kind of update for people who are looking for information. They also revealed that for Gundam, uh, some more things. They are doing a premium card collection for Vice Deities, Digimon Trainer set, a Union Arena set for Ava. Fusion World will have a premium card collection, and they'll officially they'll sell a playmat and card set with Soletta and Mjolnir. As for anything else, um, I can see. all of them. Is there more? Oh, there's more. There's more. Yeah. Digimon also get Omnimon sleeves and Alphamon sleeves. Uh, there's gonna be Are those bunny sleeves for Dragon Ball? Oh no.
Yep.
Oh no. Well, those are gone.
Those are going immediately.
Haro sleeves and Space Black for Gundam. Uh, thing. I like this. I like the Space Black sleeves. They look really
Those
nice.
horror sleeves are perfect.
Yes.
Like that horror can see time, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right. And that's pretty much it. Just a little update for people who want details on Bandai Card Games Fest. Now for the other thing, the Bandai Card Games next presentation happened on the 13th. They went through their 6 games, all the
Mm.
information. Most of this is in Japanese because it was in Japanese and none of the English slides are there, so we had to go first. One Piece, they remind you that stars 23 to 28 are out. I know English kind of got ours first, but it's alright.
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
I will say if there's one thing I like about One Piece, it's how many starter products they have.
Yes, that's probably the one thing I enjoy at One Piece. Out of the one thing I appreciate that One Piece does is that they just dump out starter product. A certain other game could really benefit from this.
You can just say Bushy.
I mean, not really. Like,
These starter decks are also 550 yen.
yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah,
remember when a certain other card game had cheap starter decks.
yeah. Totally did not just open a starter deck with Yamato in it. Totally not what I just did. Don't worry about it. Uh, next, premium booster One Piece card, the best volume 2, drops in July. I believe
I'm
it's supposed
assuming
to be,
reprints.
I believe so. These are all like reprints that we should perform. Cool.
Wait.
Booster pack Inheritance of Will, which is based on your favorite characters, your favorite brother,
Luffy, Ace, and the Industry Plant.
and totally not Sanji.
I'm convinced Sanji is Oda's favorite character.
I could have told you that, and I don't even read One Piece like that.
Sure, it's not, he doesn't hide it.
So, it's got exchange meeting for an event. Cool. Premium booster second release commemorative event. Play class. I don't know what that means exactly. More networking
Learn
event.
how to. I'm guessing it's a learn how to play thing with a bunch of people.
Yeah, probably that's what it is. Networking events. It's something for Amazon and thing, and that's it for One Piece. I again,
Yeah,
sorry,
I can't wait for the day One Piece surpasses Pokemon as far as card game sales go,
that probably won't happen unless Pokemon messes up somehow.
or like One Piece starts showing up in Walmart.
Yeah. On that, we move on to Union Arena. So, Union Arena has information. First off, ReZero starting out from another world. That booster drops on the 27th in Japan. Has
Cool.
the SR 3 stars for Emilia and Rem. Also, Action Pots points for Emilia and Rem.
Oh my god.
Attack on Titan Volume 2 is also June 27th.
Oh god, it's post Science Scoop Attack on Titan content in a card game. Everyone run!
It's SR 3 star is Mikasa, because of course it is. And then
Yeah.
Levi and Hanji are the action point high rarities. All right, Rurouni Kenshin. That is July 25th. Kenshin is obviously the high rarity and the action point. Monogatari series comes out the 25th as well.
Yeah.
I've never seen Monogatari, so I don't know who these characters are. But yeah, they're the SR 3 stars.
Something about vampires.
Also, unique illustrations for these characters. Yep, just showing you that. And action points for the Glasses Girl, the wait a second. Is the one with the basketball the one? Oh god. Alright, moving on.
Oh no.
Sakamoto Days exist. Arknight gets a August.
Man, you just tunneled right through Sakamoto days.
That's all it has.
I
Sakamoto
know.
Days exist.
I'm making a joke about recent events.
September 26th for Arknights. Shows off, I'm assuming, an art for eventually there for later. Kamen Rider Set Volume 2 in October 31st.
Hell yeah.
We have Decade, Dragon Knight. I couldn't even continue past the joke because it's supposed to go into I didn't know where to go to W or Forze. So I just kind of got lost. And then Gav.
Fair.
Idol Master Shiny Colors Precious Booster Pack. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming she's Precious.
It's always fun to see like a series get a collab in different card games around the exact same time.
Yeah. Like, dang, do y'all got anything else?
No.
All right. Uh, Anniversary events. For Japan, since they're heading into their 2.5 anniversary. And then they've also announced that Soul Leveling and Kingdom will also be part of Union Arena in JP. And that is it for Union Arena.
I still can't believe Solo Leveling's the most watched show in Netflix history. I mean, sorry, Crunchyroll history.
And high moments in Aura.
We have to move past hype moments in Aura as a collective.
We can't eat our popcorn shows.
Do we?
Listen,
Do we really?
the world's a hot mess. People crave peace for at least 30 minutes.
Fine.
All right, next up, Dragon Ball card game Fusion World. They have banned Peel Off, and Bobbity is at 1.
You know what's funny? So many people complain about like some card games and their monetization. They have not witnessed the hell that's the Fusion World Online client. That's all I'm gonna say there.
Mm.
You're gonna be scrounging for 1 pack a week. Unless you're buying some codes. Or dropping a ton of cash.
I probably should try that client again, but I should probably try the client in general, but I
I mean,
digress.
I should try it again too. I only tried it like when it first came out for like maybe like a week. I'm like, what do you mean I'm only getting like 1 pack a week?
So for Fusion World 2025, uh, product schedule June 13th is Starter Deck EX, which has Shallot in, I think, probably a Super Saiyan 4 Goku. I can't tell from that image. Uh, June 27th, Manga Booster. September 19th, Wish for Shenron.
Ooh.
November 14th, second Manga Booster. December 12th will be Saiyans Pride, which I think is set 8, yeah. And March 2026, Fusion World second anniversary booster pack, set 9.
Yeah.
So details for Wish for Shenron will be $4.99 USD, 12 cards and one promo card pack for the digital version. So,
Oh god, they're bringing the Dragon Ball mechanic back.
yep, Dragon Balls are back, and you can.
See, these are fun, but kind of stupid.
So, good Dragon Balls and Ashen on the Grant a Wish. Also in the booster pack will be Dr. Aransu, Burst Attack, the Gammas, Frieza Golden Emperor, and Dende. Then details on Manga Booster 2 comes out November 14th. Yes, iconic magazines to be on Future cards.
All cards are foil.
Card sleeves, Goku Gohan, Majin Buu, like old Dragon Ball, card art on, old Dragon Ball manga covers and art on sleeves, which is cool.
Yeah.
Set 8 Proud Warrior Race.
Oh
122.
god. All leader cards are Saiyans. Oh god.
Gee, when aren't they?
Right.
So set 9. That's cool. Championship 25-26. The promo cards and the promo packs. All cards will also have alt art versions. Then special prizes, you'll get the Wave 2 sleeve with Daima Super Saiyan 4 Goku. And the playmat, which will have the Shenron and the Dragon Balls on it. Then you'll have like high rated versions of Gogeta and Cell. And that is their next plan.
Yep.
All right. Next up, Gundam. They have shown off
Woo.
the aerial rebuild. Has the skill when paired, choose one command card that's level 5 or lower from your trash, add to your hand.
Nice.
And this is a high rarity alt art, so. Alright. So that's pretty cool. I like the artwork. This will be in set 1, new type rising. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, it's the legendary rare. So set 6 is also revealed that the card arts for the Red Gundam and Shuji. Starter decks will feature G-Quux and Red Gundam, who will attack the opponent with effects inspired by the map tactics that appear in the work. The effects of the cards will be released at a later date, so they're probably going to be like a link deck, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Dual Impact, Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, like I suggested, will be
That
in
was
Dual
the
Impact.
announcement. Yep, they'd have at least one hype series the crazy set. I mean crazy pack.
Yep. So now, official details on set 2. The featured series, which I assume in the big boulder, like the 5 main ones, and then everything else below it is like
Yeah.
support. We'll have Zeta Gundam, Gundam Age, Iron Blood Orphans, G-Quux, and Gundam X as the main 5 archetypes, and
What a wacky set.
additional support for UC, Wing, Seed, Unicorn, and Witcher Mercury. So that is definitely a wacky set, which, you know, already is like I was already gonna go in for the IBO stuff, but now that you
Like all
said
it's missing is recent E stuff.
it's Zeta and X in there, I'm going in. I might consider buying a case for the set. That's how serious I am for these 3 sales. So more details, right? They've shown
Gee, I buy into it just for age.
the whole thing. So that's pretty cool. More just a reminder of the updated information. Information, demo decks where you can get an EX for Relina and for Atherin. See,
I wonder
starter
if that
deck.
six has structure of like 2 starter decks for each main booster.
So starter deck booster pack release information. Uh, more event info, kind of like this. You got the Strike and Kira with, I think, 10 sleeves for your EX deck.
That's a pretty hilarious alt art for the strike, I'm not gonna lie.
Then we have Unicorn. I assume like Unicorn promos in a box. And no, it's not it. New type challenge missions, challenge winners crown to give information. They showed off the Bjornade, they showed Sletta. Now we have the image of the aerial rebuild for its winner's prize, which is another alt art, and the product event roadmap for
I
until
can't keep
October.
holding on to them aerial alt arts.
The aerial made money, okay?
You're not wrong.
Uh, campaign information. This is more for the Gundam base. Resource card. More info on that. Oh hell.
And I kind of want
Machu.
to visit that Gunpla museum.
Also, Machu and the G-Quux get their EX resource. Their resource. And more information how to get the promo cards in Japan. Good luck, y'all.
You just gotta, tour all of Japan.
So here's also another thing. Starting on Friday, June 27th, the Gundam Card Game Information Program, Gundam Card Game Link Station, will begin broadcasting weekly. In addition, a broadcast commemorating the release of the starter deck will be held on Saturday, July 12th. The broadcast on Saturday, July 12th will feature a special match with a special guest, and details of the World Championship 25-26 Japan area qualifiers will be released. So, they are now doing the Bushiroad Tuesday stream, but for Friday.
Weekly news.
They jacking our flow, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it for Gundam. Next, Digimon. So new
We
product.
get news about the new digital client. Let's find out.
Extra Booster versus Monsters comes out June 26th. Uh, I think these are box toppers for the thing, and they also come with the secret alt art is Machine Dramon.
That's a really nice alt art.
It is actually, it's pretty cool. Card sleeves are releasing. They have multiple like protagonist things, and then you just have random clothes. Cyber Edom Set 22 releases July 25th. You have Yuko, Nokia, Aiba, Arta, Yuga, and then they've also released the secret is Kyoko Kuremi, excuse me.
Of course.
Still no details on where my gosh dang All Force Reachmont support is. Also,
Somewhere.
Vikemon Ace. Extra Booster Sinister Order EX10 releases September 19th. We see Black War Greymon Ace. We also have Beelzemon Ace, which, oh boy, another card I have to go get. My deck. Please includes a box purchase bonus, 2 card sleeve pack, 5 seeds per pack, 4 possible designs. Okay. Then set 23, Hacker Slumber. For Hacker's Memory. Pretty much the rest of this year is pretty much all the Digimon story modern trilogy, pretty much.
Look, you gotta show everything in time for Time Stranger.
Yep. So they also showed a Hoodimon. Anyway, Advanced Deck Amethyst Mandala releases December 5th. It is, the pre-constructed, like, kind of like the equivalent like our Stride deck sets.
Yeah.
Booster pack Time Stranger releases January 16th. January 23rd, excuse me. From October, a Time Stranger promo pack will be given out at events like store tournaments. So they will give out early cards for this set.
Nice.
Card Sleeve Set 2 will release January 16th. And it is pretty much all Digimon story stuff. Then EX11 Dawn of Liberator releases February 13th, 2026. We know Zephyrcamon is going to be in there. And then a reprint booster pack arrives March 2026. You okay?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
good.
I thought I heard something. All right. Digimon Liberator Debugger Set Premium Bandai June to July 1st, 2025. Delivery from January 2026. Which, we could probably go into product details a little bit there. It is pretty much cards and illustrations, which is Zephyrcamon, Syndrillamon, Ryugmon, Pyramidmon, Nikomon, and Reducimon.
Oh, that Lato is sick.
Yep. Then there's the arts for Shoto, Arisa, Yao, Close, Violet, Owen. Then there's alt arts for. Oh wait, there's actually alt arts for Heavy Metal Dramon, Quinbemon, Dinomon, Scottimon, Invisimon, Kaguamon. Then Yuki, Win, Ritaro, Mirai, Altea, Suzune, and then Vortex Resonance and Digimon Liberator will also get alt arts. Also, a storage box.
Well, you get 2 of each. Ooh.
I will kind of look at that for later.
Oh yeah, that's crazy good for any Liberator fan.
Yep. Also, Premium Heron Set Version 2, order period from July 17th to August 12th, delivery March 2026. So yeah, all your waifus are modern is there, including Rina, which I hope I fear, because I hope this isn't how they reprint the Shinomiya uh tamer. Cause I'm gonna lose my mind if that's how they reprint it, and not in, like, any other chances they could to do it. But please don't make me be upset at that. Okay, I got confused. All right, event information: Championship 25-26 regional finals. First place gets all of that.
Something.
Yeah. Top 30 playmat looks pretty cool. The regional information in the finals for details. Digimon Expo 25 is September 20th to 21st. MA Expo, they will also be there, and you will get details on Digimon Elysian. And that is it.
Cool. I really need those Elysian details.
Yeah, that'd be nice. And last. Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing. All right, and last but not least, we kind of a little bit here. Battle Spirits JP gives information. So a lot of this information is for only Battle Spirits JP, but this is important to kind of look at here for details of for things we'll explain later. So, they're also releasing a set for Ultraman, Kamen Rider. I forget what series this was on the left. Ultraman set, whatnot. Event information for the Ballas rankings, tournaments, details, championship, a special set which has these card sleeves and these deck boxes. This red one looks entirely insane. I know I probably moved a little fast. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Right, but yeah, so next, the championship details, and the Battle Spirits Shinkai project, which, remember, this is a Q&A which I cannot read. And then let me see if I can get more info on
This is a
this.
weird segment to have for a Japanese only card game where we can't read
Yeah.
any of the text.
All right. So yeah, here's the official information of it. Yeah, the Shinkai project is officially uh, the rotation which they introduced in 2026, internal and standard. Yeah, it's the link right there next to right in there. I moved on to that next segment. So starting in April 2026, we will introduce two new battle formats as Battle Spirits Eternal, which will allow for the use of all cards played so far except for banned cards, and Standard, which will allow the use of only cards released and distributed after April 2026. So they also give up details on the match format. Eternal, all cards to be used. Of course, cards released distributed after April 26th can also be used. Standard,
Right.
only cards released after April 2026. So it's pretty much for new things. Changes in standard. In order to reduce the difficulty of the current battle spirit, such as the complexity of card effects and rules, we will be reviewing some aspects of the basic rules. In addition, new effects and gimmicks will be introduced with the launch of Standard, evolving the game into something simple yet deep and more dynamic than ever before. This will enable us to create a card game that can be enjoyed not only by those who have played Battle Spirits before, but also those who have never played Battle Spirits before or who have left the game in the past.
Well, I mean,
2026
that's all well and good.
Battle Spirits
The card
Championships.
tech fair take up half the card, still.
Well, we'll get to there. The 2026 Battle Spirits Championship will be held in both the Eternal and Standard formats. You can, of course, master either format, but you can also aim for the top in both, so we hope you join in a variety of ways. Production of a new TV anime series has been decided. To coincide with the introduction of Eternal Standard, the anime will be returning as a TV anime for the first time in a long while to further boost the popularity of Battle Spirits. As a completely new work, the story will unfold in a new world with completely new characters that are different from the previous series of Otherworld Travelogue. Please look forward to further updates.
Nice.
Lastly, this is from the producer. I think many battlers were surprised by the contents of the Battle Spirits Shinkaio project this time. Starting April 2026, we will introduce 2 new battle formats, adding that those who have loved Battle Spirits so far will enjoy it, and we are focused on making Battle Spirits enjoyable for a longer period of time and for more people than ever before. In Standard, the cards that can be used will change, but we will also simplify the complicated text and review the basic rules accordingly, so we hope to make Battle Spirits more exciting by making it an easy to play card game for those who are playing for the first time or returning to play. In the simultaneous release of Eternal, our card set for banned cards will be available as before, so we hope that all battlers who have enjoyed the game until now will continue to enjoy this format where you can use old cards. In addition, to further boost the popularity of the Battle Spirits Shinkaio project, it's been decided that new. I think pretty much everything else there is just
Yeah.
thing. The entire management team will continue to work hard towards the 2026 Battle Spirits Shinkaio project and the 20th anniversary beyond that. Thank you for your continued support.
So we're told he's gonna get Battle Spirits in English in April 2026.
I don't think that, but I think this is pretty much if they're. I'll put it like this: if
Every Bandai card game is trying to shoot for a global convergence.
we talked about this when Bouncer Saga died, and when they also announced originally they were doing this rotation. If there was a time to try for just regular Battle Spirits, now would be the time in the West. Is there an issue with, well, how the heck does Eternal work? That's a whole different logistical thing to deal with. And
there's no Eternal.
That's why I'm like, there's probably I probably think there's gonna be Eternal. I just don't know how they're gonna handle it. Maybe like they do reprint boosters, because Battle Spirits does reprint a lot of cards. They could be like, we'll reprint old cards, keep them fresh. We'll send that to English, because technically they will be new cards. There will be people who buy that and be cool with it. So this whole thing. But I am kind of, that's the whole thing, right? It's like, I think they would rather make sure that this works in JP first, probably give it a year before they consider porting it to English. Because, again, Bowser Saga's body just barely turned cold. The body's barely been in the ground for a few months. Immediately going, oh, hey, by the way, yeah, I know some of y'all are still grieving. Here you go. Here's another Bowser's attempt. I think they want to get a little bit more time away from that before they just straight up say, yeah, we're going to try one more time. I think we've learned our lesson for real, for real. So, that is, I also say that because, another thing is that one of the things they did was like they made like Battle Saga cards. I mean, not Battle Saga cards, but like Battle Saga like pieces, like the bigger cores, etc. Actually like available in JP. So Who knows? They might be quirky and be like, you know what? You get Bowser Saga players, you also just get Eternal.
That gets so.
So we will just be insane forever. Go nuts. I mean, it would make a lot of sense because like you just kind of basically turn Saga into V.
I guess. I don't know.
Again, the logistics are probably the biggest thing to deal with the Eternal stuff. But I feel like if you
Right.
want to do a standard Battle Spirits, like you would probably wait like at least a year before you start to make that push. You let Battle Spirits Saga like have time for people to still grieve. You have Gundam still get its feet wet and in the door before you then try. All right, I know we just are barely 2 years out for this, but we're gonna try one more time to make Battle Spirits work. If we can have
Sure.
this succeed, we got it. We completely win.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
So, uh, yeah, I think overall that is pretty much all the Bandai Card Game Fest. I mean, the next presentation. Overall, what you think?
uh, hmm, a lot of Digimon news, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's.
Fair, we being a block for the Digimon story games.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense to push all of those.
Yep.
Dragon Fusion World is still doing Fusion World things. Although I kind of like it, there was like no presentation for like the regular game, but I'm pretty sure regular Res Super is not in Japan, so that makes sense.
Yeah. There'll probably be more information later for
Yeah.
that.
One Piece is still doing One Piece things. Like One Piece is gold. It's always gonna be gold.
Yeah.
Union Arena? Union Arena. I'm like, alright. Kinda just still just a poor man's Weiss. Especially the way the cards look. Ugh, gross. You know, like how Union Arena cards look.
Honestly, the only reason I'm
Uh,
considering getting some Union Arena stuff is because I just want to collect the Nikkei cards. That's it. I have no real interest anywhere past that point. So,
Fair.
well, maybe the Ava stuff because it's Ava, but outside that, it's like,
Right.
congratulations, you did.
Gundam news? Gundam news is neat. I mean, not much got announced.
Yeah, not much was announced, but the fact that uh Zeta is in set 2 is already like a huge boom. Like,
Yeah, like Zeta's gonna have to hard carry the sales for that set.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Right, like, cause like, I mean, it depends on what's in the set, right?
Right.
I don't mean like the Gundams themselves are more time of like a lot of the things is one the Gundams and two the characters and alt parts, right?
Right.
Because G Crux is recent, IBO is a lot more popular in the West, so that's a good thing. X
Right.
is there. Like, I say if they add like, I mean, the way you sell the set is honestly like in the alt parts for like the pilots or support characters, right?
Right.
Like, let's kind of be honest here. Like, you give people like say an alt art, like, I don't know, something crazy. Like you say like we're going like all parts of these popular Gundam husbandos and waifus, right? Like summer alts, right? Like kind of like the like the Gundam base, like the Gundam Arsenal cards, like this, like what was it this the summer ones? You had like ones where like you had Mika was on the card, but really you weren't caring about Mika. You were staring at wet t-shirt Kudeli in the background.
Oh my god.
Did you see that card?
No.
Yes, it's like you had Mika and you had Atra like concerned, and you had like quite. Let me see if I can find it to show you. It was like you had like that's not what I was looking for. But yeah, it was basically like a wet t-shirt Kudelia in the background. It's like, bro, what's going on? Is Gundam images? Let me see if I can find that alt art. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's like you have Mika and Asher, then you have this just random wet t-shirt Kudelia in the background.
That's hilarious.
You know, it's like, bro, why is that there?
Who knows?
It's like Mika looks his normal Mika, looks happy, and then you just have Kudelia just like out there, just out there with D cup titties, and it's for some D cup titties, and it's like cut. It's like, what's going on here?
You know, I've been thinking a lot about IBO recently. And part of me's like, how did they get away with that premise? Like, all right, so it's gonna be the theme for this show.
Oh, and then there's
White
also
Savior Lady drags a bunch of African child soldiers to their death.
then
All
there's
right.
also there's also like the summer ones, like yeah, Gundam Arsenal Summer. Then there's the lock on card.
Yeah, I mean, Double O's gonna double O.
Like Delos going crazy. Uh, you know, it's like you can always get Sayla in there. Like oh I guarantee you, Double Zeta already would just like make enough of the waifu code already. It's actually just insane why they're just like they're also you know gotta sell the boy Millardo. I wish there
Nah.
was a better image. It's like yeah, like a summer thing for Gundam where it's like yeah, you can sell summer and just probably like if at worst just reuse uh the Gundam Arsenal base artworks.
Right.
Let me I think I remember seeing this image. Hold on. Yeah, like you add because like yeah, this was like a whole this right here was a whole set of a four set of like Gundam characters, right? Like you had Sarah, Rue, Chris, and for some reason Ayame.
Nah.
Like that was it's like there's a lot there.
Yep.
Like if they really need you, they could do that. But I
Right.
don't think that's gonna happen right now. But I do say like Zeta will sell the set, IBO and G Crux will sell the set, plus Witcher Mercury. Oh my god, I just remembered. God damn, if they did Cecilia alt art or something in this set, yeah, that alone would be more than enough. Considering how many people were just down bad for Couch Potato.
Mm.
So like, I don't think set 2 is like completely doomed or anything like that. It's just funny that they, but like that's what I wanted, right? I wanted them to start pulling out the weirdos. It's like Agent X or
Then
weirdos.
I can't wait for the day Igloo gets into a set and everyone's asking what the hell's an igloo.
Now that one will need the waifu rarity alt to sell that one. Like the hell is this?
Right.
Like bonus, like you gonna need everything to sell like one that's like, oh yeah, we added G Savior too. Like there ain't enough alternatives in the world that could say it sell that.
I could totally see them just lump a bunch of the Gundam spin-offs, the less popular ones, into like MSV or something.
Like here's a extra booster.
Oh yeah, here's Johnny Ridden. Which Johnny Ridden? Uh,
Yes. All of them.
one of the 50. You could just do a Johnny Ridden booster, unironically. There's enough of him.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Bandai has a lot of interesting things. Cool to see they still working. Things aren't imploding yet.
Right.
Good luck to y'all. All right, and that is pretty much all the news.
We're free from news. Woo!
Yeah, we're free for news. Up, only to go into the biggest news of the entire day.
Yeah.
So, it's time to finally talk about it. So,
Talk about what?
you know exactly what.
Uh, uh,
You're not serious, are you?
kinda.
Shadowverse.
Oh,
I know it's
I'm
late, but
silly.
come on, man. No, I started malfunctioning, but come on, you can't start malfunctioning either.
Shadowverse.
Yep. Shadowverse. Where is that main topic? Yep. So our main topic, Shadowverse Worlds Beyond impressions. So Shadowverse Worlds Beyond dropped Monday night, like Tuesday morning in Japan, and to say it's been a topic of discussion in the TCG landscape. It's completely right, but for all the reasons I don't think anyone suspected. So, Zeta, give me your impressions of Shadowverse Worlds Beyond.
I like the big robot. I make the big robot. I play the big robot. I like big robot. Big robot happy.
Yes, I was, talking about like genuine, honest thoughts and impressions of the game as a whole.
I mean, it looks nice. Graphics are really clean. Almost too clean. Like there's there's like a layer of shininess just when you're in the game, where it's like it almost makes the cards look like AI art. I'm not gonna lie, like a little bit.
This is our third time bringing up AI in this podcast.
All right, you can kind of see what I mean though, right? With some of the cards,
Uh,
like everything has such an overly shiny aesthetic to it. Those are like the newer cards. Anyway, uh, I like the park. I thought the park was silly at this when I first saw it. I like it. All right, the park was surprisingly a really good idea, even if it's a reminder of every single bad fighting game lobby from the 2010s. Look at you, Arxis.
listen, BB lobbies were fun. Most fun part about that game. Okay, until
Whatever you say.
until the RPers showed up. But after that, like besides that, it was
Oh, I mean, they're always going to show up if you give people avatars. Like, I'm sure people are going to find some way to start RPing in the Shadowverse Park.
uh, we probably already have. Let's be honest.
Oh, for sure. Probably, yeah.
I don't know. So
And like, I mean, yes, I'm avoiding the elephant in the room.
I
You're
mean,
like,
I'll
oh, but the game doesn't matter. You got to talk about the monetization.
I will deal
I
with
don't think
that
people.
for you. Just
All right.
just go on. Talk about the game, sir.
Oh, oh, okay. I kind of wish we had take two. I get why they're delaying it. Set. I mean, that one's interesting, right? Like, it's still Shadowverse. You're trying your best to wipe the opponent's board before they deal massive amounts of damage to you on the crackback. That's never changing. It's a board wipe game. I mean, the decks are at least interesting. Everyone's got their like big gimmicks. Do wish I don't know. I feel like there need to be at least one more mode. Which I kind of find funny that they, took out all the other stuff they were planning on adding, like, Mahjong or dungeon, good raw PvE content.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of needs it, I feel like. Like I would love some actual proper PvE content. I
Doesn't.
say that'd be the main thing missing.
Mm.
Overall, I mean, it's Shadowverse. It does Shadowverse things. 8 out of 10 on the 8 out of 10 as a Shadowverse game, assuming I had infinite money.
All right. Well, this game's ass. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I'm gonna be doing here. So, uh, for people who know Zeta, like Zeta plays Shadowverse a lot. For me, I bullets. I like Shadowverse. I'm not. I don't love it. For context, I played Shadowverse on and off for the better part of 9 years. There's sometimes I was like, I really love how this game is playing right now, and there are other times I'm like, I utterly despise how this game is playing right now. A love hate relationship. So I'll probably say this by like, going off of a lot of this is going to be off a bit of objectiveness, a bit of bias, etc., etc. So there's very much a weird thing. I think depending, a lot of my feelings also depend on what they do for set two. Because set two is also important because it is like, hey, this is where
Yeah.
the game technically really begins, right? A lot of games have an awkward set two, and then you just kind of go bad from there. So set two does kind of matter in how they handle that. I think this is the. I think could be the recency bias here, but I think personally I like this right now. I'm enjoying this. I'm having a lot more fun with this than I think I had with most of original Shadowverse. I think I can understand the game. I think also because like OG Shadowverse just became like a huge bloat of card information and details and combos that are just like you didn't know what was happening. For example, this past week before Worlds Beyond started, I've been playing the OG Shadowverse during the throwback rotation, and I've been playing some other decks. Every time I play against Forestcraft, I don't know a lick of what the hell's happening on that turn 8. Because all of a sudden
Alright,
they
look,
drop.
to be fair.
Yes.
To be fair. Forcecraft players also have to deal with Timer Craft doing whatever the hell it wants. On turn 8.
I mean, to also be fair, Forestcraft players that were still playing Shadowverse in throwback rotation to this day, a week before, they know what the heck to do. They're like, all right, I got the combo. Play, bam, play, bam, play, bam, play, bam. They just kept it moving.
At least they're not artifact players. Artifact players would. I don't think artifact players even know what they're doing anymore in classic Shadowverse. I don't think they ever had a clue what they were doing past like year 1.
No, I'll say this like
I think they're just playing shit, and that's what I can say that too. I'm an artifact portal player. We just kind of play cards.
yeah, Machina was just pretty much like, yeah, play it, and then there's also
Magnus Zero.
yeah. So I still say this like I'm first off, another thing is I'm so glad they kept Portal in the game. I know I got concerned when they kicked it out of Evolve, which is one of the reasons like I still can't really stick with that game. Like Portal's aesthetic is just too strong. That's like it's the only reason why I even bothered to try and come back. That and Dragon. I think Dragon's cool. But like outside that, it's like just the personal things like its aesthetic was just so good. I was like, yeah, I'll deal with your BS, Mr. Shadowverse. So that's it. And I'll kind of go with this. Like I think there's a lot of good in this game. I think uh a lot of the kind of like UI is a lot better, a lot more cleaner. It's still weird in some aspects, but that's just how the game is built. I'm trying to think what else to say here.
Yeah, I would say the weird thing where like hovering over a card to like try to read it takes like way too long.
Yeah, there is kind of like I think it's probably like a glitch or a bug where it's like you're in the game and it's like if it something happens, it's like your hover a card, it just doesn't show up, but then you just have to hover over another card and it like goes back to normal.
Right.
Like that's the weird thing. There's a few bugs that are just very odd, like that. Then there's the glitch where it's like the music just doesn't play, like it's just completely silent. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what triggers that, but it's just like it just happens. You just have to restart your whole thing. Uh, I would say this is like it probably depends a lot on people, but uh, the connection issues for Worlds Beyond, I've had a lot. Like genuinely, I have had a lot of connection issues. Like it'll be literally fine, and all of a sudden it'll just go into this point of just like, oh, try again. Oh, never mind. Just go back to the title screen, and it boosts you out the game, and it's like it kills a lot of your momentum. And I don't think it's just me. And yes, I know I'm the one who keeps on talking about I haven't been able to stream in a while because OBS ain't working. So you're like, well, it's probably because of your internet. It's like, no, my internet's working just fine.
Yeah, no, it's not the internet. My connection's fantastic. It's just a game.
Yeah, it's like the game is just either the servers couldn't handle how many people were there, which, you know, that's another topic about that's for
Right.
later. Or it's just like they didn't hold English. I'm just like, I do say it's like, I do wish they did a beta. This is a game that should have had a
Yep.
beta. I don't know why they just
Right.
because at the very least you get people talking about this game. At very least you're like, hey, listen, if you play the beta, you will get a certain thing, you will get this there. The fact that they didn't do a beta is very much a missed opportunity to kind of clear up some of those connection issues. Right? It's like it's the same thing with things just because you added rollback and you brought up a fighting game, just because you added rollback in a fighting game doesn't mean that the fighting game all of a sudden just works all of a sudden. Right? Guilty, like there's so many, like
Right.
they took like 3 betas. Heck, there was a whole test period. It's like, listen, if you got Accent Core, you get this. You from now on you can just sign up to be like the testing ground for the rollback before we actually fully implement it into Accent Core, which then got eventually implemented into Strive, which then also had a beta because of course it should. That's a whole different game from Accent Core. Accent Core is easier to port in rollback than Strive, which is a 3D game with different assets. The point is like the fact that they didn't do a beta for this game and just kind of kept it as under wraps as possible feels like a
Yeah.
gigantic mistake. You should have done one to get the kinks out. Should have been able to figure out what's wrong, and I think that would have helped a lot. Especially because it would then take it into another thing, which will again I'll get to in a second because we have to get there.
Right.
We just have to eventually talk about it because it's important. So that's one thing. I think I have not touched the story past the prologue, which is required to get the free starter. I'm glad it's fully voiced. I'm glad that the voice acting seems pretty good. I am interested to see where it goes. This is a little nitpicky, but over time I've kind of like I've started to kind of like be whatever over like the opening, mainly because of like, yeah, obviously you want to show off your characters, but like the fight choreography in the opening, that this is just a nitpick on me, please, to say that it's weird because like, yeah, man, there's 7 characters. Maltese fights literally no one.
No, no.
Like you actually see she just fights no one. She's fighting herself. Is that probably important to her character story? Probably. But it's just so funny to see
Probably.
her just fight herself, and then you
Right.
have the Havencraft leader fighting DOA, and he's moving like Speed Racer. So it's kind of weird. Um, but that's just a small nitpick. I think the story has an interesting startup. I want to see where it goes. I want to know kind of how much there, but that's for another time. Again, with me, like I like to really like dive into a story, so I don't like really being forced into just playing your storyline if I don't feel like it. That's kind of like the one thing I get. It's like, yeah, you want people to kind of immediately get the feel of the world of Shadowverse. And again, this is a weird thing of me, right? I could have skipped it. I could have come back. That's just me. Um, the park is cool in concept and mostly execution. I really do think it's a good idea. I think the unfortunate thing of them removing a lot of I think them removing some of the stuff like you said, like mahjong and whatnot, also makes the part kind of little more dull because it is just a Guilty Gear lobby. Well, not Guilty Gear lobby. It's more like you know Arc Sys lobby, like a DNF duel or like kind of like a BB
Yeah.
tag, right? Where it's like, yeah, you're customizing your thing, you're running around, but the difference is like,
All you can do is play the game.
yeah, which obviously the whole point is to play the game, but there's no like additional downtime. Not to mention,
Like, there's no incentive to play beyond just doing your dailies.
yeah, like once you catch up with story, there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do besides
Mm.
PvP.
Like, they really should just put the game in the oven for like another like 3 months at all those other things.
Then I'll get to that in a second. Customization's all right. Nothing really to say there. Just like make your own character. Um.
Mm.
Uh. I I think what the like. Here's the thing. I'll say this here. Even though the connection issue is a major problem, and it is, let's not get it twisted.
Yeah.
I can tolerate it somewhat because it is like insanely fast to just get in. Like the actual loading is fast enough where it's like, yeah, this is a nuisance. Yes, this needs to be fixed. But I can just click it and we're pretty much like back in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's like I can tolerate that. It does need to be fixed, but I can tolerate that, and I'm not just like in like the OG showers where stuff like that did happen. I was waiting for like a good 30 seconds. Also, menus feel very snappy. Like the transition between menus is seamless for the most part. Uh, just really like nice in that regard. Where it's like, yeah, no, when this game works, it is a really well, it's a really nice crafted game. Etc. Etc. Like the gameplay loop is fun currently. I think set one is cool, but obviously eventually it'll get slow, which thanks to the accelerated schedule, we won't have to really deal with that for much longer, unless set two is a unmitigated disaster. All right, I think I've tried long enough. I think I've said enough. I could have long enough, right?
Why don't we talk about the monetization?
So here's the thing. the monetization is a small. I think people are oversaturating, kind of say this is like overwhelmingly negative, right?
Yes.
They're basically review bombing this game, and it sucks because this game is not that bad. If anything, it is really good. It is a really good game, but it is because of a few reasons why I think, while negative, the criticism is greatly justified. Which is why I say they should have held a beta.
I mean,
Because hold on,
yeah.
like this is why I should have a beta. Because you needed to get these, because for one main reason, you delayed the game a whole additional year. Then you delayed it an additional few months because you wanted to come out on the anniversary of the OG Shadowverse. So you delayed the game to continue to work on it, and it comes out in this state. Weird connection issues, awkward monetization, no extra like real like PvP or alternate game modes that were in the original Shadowverse. You specifically said, like, in fact, when you did your whole like update, you specifically said, yeah, we cut that out of Worlds Beyond to focus on dev time and all this stuff.
Right.
So you did that.
They did or bring Take Two back for set 2.
You did that. However, there are game modes that are not in the original Shadowverse that shouldn't be that hard to implement. Again, like you said, Take Two. Why is Take Two not in?
So they can have a larger card pool when they bring it in, because with only set 1, it'd be kind of samey.
That's fair. That's fair. I can understand that. So waiting for set 2 makes sense. But like, I feel like you could add something else here. Again, maybe not the mahjong, but then what the heck happened to all that dev time that went into the Dragalia Lost thing? Like Dragalia Lost thing I can understand, but like not having like a alternate game mode in the game for Showers
Right.
Park to make sense is very weird. And you cut, like, the point is, like, you cut out this, you spend like an additional year having to delay the game, then you spend an additional couple months to also then delay the game, just that it aligns up with the release of the OG Shadowverse. You hit the 10-year anniversary, and it's like, bam, now we celebrate together, right? It's a nice connection, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So then explain to me why the game has poor connection, why the game has nothing else, nothing really else to do, and we went over that. And then explain to me what the hell happened in that monetization room that made the change to make the pack cost 500 rupees. Like, I'll get to the shop in general, but for the most part, they did tell us straight up when they also revealed that the whole monetization thing would be a little different, because they were like, hey, listen, we want to make a change here and be like, what we feel is a lot of players would probably have the issue of, well, we want to play this deck, but then they have to redust cards and start over or spend a lot of money. So our thinking, which other card games do this, and I will talk about in a second, is that, well, we'll make it so that you can't undust your cards until you get like past the fourth copy. Why? Because then if you want to play a whole different deck, the concept is like, we want players to be able to, not exactly like waste their cards. They open a card, they don't want to play it, but they like that card, they can keep it, and then eventually, probably in the future, when that card becomes relevant, you can add it to your deck, or you can build a deck around it, or you can wait until you can grind into that deck, etc., etc. Right? Like in a theory, it makes sense. But it makes sense.
Silly.
But it makes sense when for other games. So here's one rare thing. I'm going to praise Dear Days 2 in this. Is that Dear Days 2 also has this feature. But Dear Days 2 has this feature because it's a paid game that doesn't cost microtransaction, that doesn't cost IRL currency to gotcha into your packs. Right? It is a terrible full price game, but it's a game that still says that because you don't have to pay hard money to buy packs. All you have to do is just play the game, you get the packs, etc., etc.
I'll be right back.
I had to consume my thoughts. So yeah, why on earth did you made that change? But then you then also said, what we should also do? Oh, no, I was still on the Dear Days part. But yeah, Dear Days is a game that is not based on microtransactions for money, right? It's like you can play Dear Days and you can get every card because it's built off like the OG style of, card games. And I say, if anything, that is one of the few things Dear Days does, but it's because it's a full price game. Shadowverse is a live service, game under the gacha concept. So having to pay money is like, okay, that's a whole thing, etc., etc. But the point is, when you made that change, the next thing you should, you were up front, you told everybody, hey, this is what's gonna happen going forward with the crafting system. You were at least upfront about that. What you weren't upfront about was the idea of saying, okay, but also, even though we're going to be a little more generous on that, packs are now going to cost 5 times more than they did in the original Shadowverse. Like, packs are now 500 rupees compared to the 100 they were in the original Shadowverse. That is a 5 times card pack loss. And even if, yes, you do technically, quote unquote, give out more, we're in the middle of the treasure trove on day one. Once that runs out, because there's so little content to do in the natural game outside of just play it, to grind or do solo, or just do PvP, where is that extra gonna come from? I know you're gonna release set 2, but then what money we gonna have in set 2 after we spend all this time building through all of set 1 or whatever, right? It's that irony, if you want players to not spend their money on things, or thinking I should have those cards, but when they can't, I'm trying to say this, when they are spending on set 1 and they didn't know and find out because they don't follow the game, especially like a person who just found the game on Steam or an advertisement, came in, played, bought like a bunch of packs to try and like build their favorite deck. When they finally get there and there's no extra money in the game because you accelerated the schedule, or the potential of no extra money in the game because you accelerated the schedule, into, well, now I don't have any money to go upgrade this whole deck. I now have to either spend or grind hard for the game. And at that point, it's like, I'd rather just quit. Now, don't get me wrong. Star Games is very generous. Star Games has always been like generous when it comes to Shadowverse at points. Very much so. You know, obviously they would like to be like, you know, we would like to kind of make money on our game. You know, and I completely understand that. But you can't do that with the way you did. And that's probably why I feel like that's why they also didn't want to do something like a beta, because then they would be told, hey, this is not, they probably told before launch, hey, this is not a good idea. And they were like, maybe we can get away with it. And it's like, no, you can't get away with it, dog. As for, say, other things about the shop, I think it's insane to say to people who play the OG Shadowverse, you now have to pay 1,000 crystals to get back your old leader. Like, I'm sorry, I have to pay actual money to get Rowan back. No. Like, I feel like that should have been thing. Like, you should just get your OG leader back if you have like a certain amount of playtime, or set or something that would have been like, yeah, you play Shadowverse 1, you've been writing for us, you very least get a course for more than at least a year, you at least get like a voucher to get one of them for free. At least the fact that you have to spend actual money, pull actual currency, get 1,000 gems for an old leader, who, let's be honest here, most of the people haven't seen their old leader since the third collab. So like they probably forgot what their OG leader even looked like. Unless you're like
Mhm.
unless you're a Luna fan. In that case, go to jail. Like, I saw that Shadowverse Evolve gave Luna's a swimsuit alt as the only SP in that upcoming set under the prison.
Nah.
Nah, I'm joking. Uh, but the point is, the thing is, you can't. It feels so bad because it feels really bad because for someone who doesn't understand what the OG Showers was or didn't play a lot, this feels very like, you can feel like, yeah, no, it's fine right now. But for somebody who just starts, it's bad optics to say, yeah, no, your pack costs to hear someone say, yeah, packs cost 5 times more than they did in the first game. And then, also like saying, yeah, the only other like genuine cosmetic that which would be should be that also, like, another thing is like, you can't get your leaders back. So, obviously collab leaders, that's a whole different story, but like the leaders you spend a bunch of money on can't come with you. At the very least, you should get your OG leaders. You should at least get your OG leaders for free. And you could have made like a whole different batch of leaders that were very popular. Say that were probably like early Shadowverse 1. And be like, hey, you know what? You get these guys back. Hey, you can buy this character back in the regular shop, or this, I don't know, Mars, right? You can get Mars from you can spend 1,000 on getting Mars instead of Rowan, or like something people would want that they didn't come in from the original thing to have. Like if I wanted my old leader back, I'd just go back to OG Shadowverse. I'm not gonna spend 1,000 gems or like try to go into like 6,000 for leaders who I'm probably never going to use the first chance I get. Like Arya is cool. I'm never using her. I'm not using her like the second we get like a leader that's cooler. Heck, we already have Love Sign. I'm not using Uriah. Even if I did like get Urias because they've got fused to the Abysscraft. I also have Luna. I can not just choose to not use her. I can only use one unless I do a randomizer. Like, I feel like there's a lot of like it's not that the, the the long and short of it is it's not that the Vile changes were completely bad. I think there were some ideas in here that are probably fine in theory. But then you add it with other stuff and other weird monetization things in a game that never really had that before. That becomes a problem. And that very much becomes a problem after you spent not just a year again, which also comes to the point. It's like, yeah, you have this monetization, but if the game didn't have these weird bugs and glitches and connection issues, I think it'd probably be a little bit more lenient. Now it's like people are like, so then what did you spend time on? People are like, what are you spending time on that required you to wait a year and like 3 months that had you delay the game a year and 3 months if I can barely like get into Shadowverse Park and I disconnect before I get into a match, or if I get into if I can barely get into my deck builder before I'm kicked back to the title screen, something's wrong. And then you want to ask me,
my disconnects have not been near that bad.
mine have, dog. It is.
Dude, it might actually just be your internet.
It can't be. I've literally checked. It could be probably my computer can't handle it, which is insane because this game is not that crazy.
The only time I've gotten DCs at all is just leaving the park. It only takes like 3 seconds, does move me back to the tower, I just hit the other button and it goes like right back in.
Yeah, but it's like it's just weird. It's like I don't know what that is. It's like I've done trying to figure out what's up with my stream. I've done multiple tests. So unless like my test runs are trolling me, they're fine. The internet is fine. I might have to do like more checks and figure out a lot more. So I don't know. I might have to call the ISP for real because I was trying to avoid to do that because like it hasn't had any of that issue before, and even then it's like nothing has had issues like that at all. So it's like that's what confuses me. But back to that. But back to the point. It's like again, it's like even if mine are too exaggerated, the fact that there are, less than 0 is a frustrating thing. No, actually, it's even worse because current Shadowverse doesn't do that. Again, I told you I was playing Shadowverse all last week, and it never made a connection issue. Nothing had an issue. If I've had, FPS drops and something, it's because my computer's old. But not because the connection was bad. So it's like, it can't just be the internet. Like, I can go on Twitch right now, see see your stream, we cool. Everything's fine. I can watch a whole stream perfectly fine. I can play I can play Star Rail perfectly fine. Get in perfectly fine. No real uh connection issues, perfectly fine. Wuthering Waves, perfectly fine. Tekken, perfectly fine. Guilty Gear, perfectly fine. Like, do you not get it? It's like, it's not the connection.
I get it.
I'm probably just overstating that. So we have that. I feel like I'm just spinning wheels. Point is, you can't have this weird monetization and then also have a game that's like with less content and like connection issues with weird bugs. That's why I feel like this game should have had a beta, because otherwise I don't know what the hell you were thinking. I think everyone could have told you this was not a good idea for monetization. And I think the fact that you did hide that one particular point of that is a big thing too, right? Uh, I think I'm good on my rant for now. If I think of something, I'll let you know. You take the floor again, bro.
All right. I don't even know if the monetization. All right, monetization, crazy topic. I get it. We gotta start thinking about things in aggregate, right? Which I think it's a problem people are missing, at least to some degree, right?
Okay.
Like everyone's seeing the 500 gold cost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you compare things to like dailies between both games, let's say you hit it big, right? You get like the big top like 70, 70, 70, like OG Shadowverse, right? It's like what, 2 packs? 210 gold 2 packs? Cool. All right, we compare it to Worlds Beyond. You get your one daily pack, right? Awesome. Then you like hit your dailies, right?
Okay.
Let's say you hit a big there. 150. Let's get like the average roll, right? 150, 170. Uh, about 320. Not 2 packs yet. All right. Now you would do your Shadowverse Park stuff. You get like what? Two of those things. You can kind of roll them for like, and you're gonna get what? A legendary, a pack, maybe some gold and whatnot. Like I think in the aggregate, if you consider this like a gotcha game, right? It's pretty similar. You get a pack daily for doing stuff. You get some extra like daily nonsense. You get, more progress towards another pool. And then maybe like another mode. You get a little scrimmage off the top. And then like where we get from events tends to be worth a lot more. Right? Like it's not too far apart. It just visually looks that way. The main changes with the vial thing and the disenchanting. But at the end of the day, right? It's like I see what they're doing. It's a magical dreamland scenario where theoretically not too many people gig a will and get like $2,000, get like max copies of all the legendaries they need immediately and just troll people all day, right?
Mm.
They're trying to like create like a lower average floor. That's the plan, right? You can arguably say it worked, right? Like most of the matches I've gotten, yeah, no one's playing like fully decked out, super complete decks. I haven't seen that. Well, I'm gonna see them on the super high tiers. Yeah, there's also really high tiers. Of course, we're running like complete decks there, right? At this point, anyone is. I think what we're seeing right now is literal overreaction to number visualization. That's it. Like, not much has actually practically changed except for the vial thing. We haven't seen what things are like post events because we haven't seen, how they're going to keep an event cycle going, because it seems that they're treating this like a regular gotcha game. There's going to be multiple events running, like probably back to back to back, assumedly. Like, I think we're all in a rush to see the literal worst case scenario because they haven't showered in like a bajillion free packs at the start like they did it on release, and I keep courting people going, play now and get 100 card packs. Oh, just by logging in. That's the main difference. They aren't immediately giga showering you with packs on Wake Up. I think that's the problem, right? See, it's a big problem. But I think it's a case of visualization, right? Like, if you slash like gold prices in like by like 50, by 80%, and then you set the gold price back to like 100. It is going to look like less, yes, but I feel like no one's taking that free pack into account in their mathematics, right? That's what I think is happening here. And it's causing every single person to crash the hell out way too early.
Mm-hmm.
Way too early.
Let's see. So
Like,
what?
we haven't even gotten time for the cooldown period to even begin when it comes to like acquisition. The cooldown period hasn't started yet. We haven't seen what the cooldown feast or star period is going to look like at all. Chill the F out. Is all I'm asking for the community. Because holy shit, you guys immediately hit the big red button like on Wake Up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure there's maybe only like 3 people that have actually started running the numbers. And all 3 of them are getting shut down by, but a 500 gold cost. We now have a proper gotcha hard pity. I mean, soft and hard pities. Instead of a force 10 pull, right?
Mm-hmm. Rather than
I'm pretty
every
sure,
10 packs.
right. Which is honestly much better. Because it means you're not immediately like, shit, if I don't do a temple, I'm kind of like risking some stuff here. We haven't even gotten to take 2 yet, or the other modes. And we aren't until a month, right?
Yeah.
Again, people want to say they should have gone into beta. This is the beta.
Uh,
Like, realistically
you
speaking,
know what I?
this is in fact the. I know what you mean. I know what other people mean. They want a proper like limited beta, closed beta sign up thing. Like, functionally speaking, right, right, we're in like that soft beta period, the 1.0 patch.
That's the problem though. That's a problem to me because it's like, yeah, if we are in a beta, there's a difference between, but no, there's a difference between a beta and there. Like, we're not, like, they didn't say like this is like a beta and then everybody forgot like multiverses. This is the
Right.
full complete launch of the game after
No, I
being on
totally get it.
height, being MIA, being delayed a year, and then delayed another 2-3 months from that additional delay. And this game is still not even close to completely done. Or rather, not outside of the actual gameplay, which does matter in this whole. That is like a really good thing, right? The gameplay is still fun. But outside of that, its biggest issue is that there's some aspects that just aren't worked out yet. And
Oh
it's
no,
like, I feel
I
like they could have
agree.
had that time to be like, hey, listen, we're going to do a quick beta, at very least, get some of the kinks cooked out. It should take its little thing. Like, it is,
Yeah,
It's a lot of optics that are the issue.
Yes. I think that's my entire. I think that's kind of the crux of what I'm like trying to say here. It's all been optics.
But it's also
Even the economy is optics. And also, like, we gotta admit, right? At some point, we all do have to admit the way people have been playing Shadowverse, where it's like, all right, new player, you see that collection? Don't look at it. Here's the deck list. This is chat all. Build it. Here's your own. Here's your one deck for the next like 2 months. Go. We kind of Shadowverse players created a problem that had to be solved in some way, shape, or form. Anyone saying that's not a problem, it's crazy.
mm, hmm.
It's like, hey guys, look at how amazing Shadowverse. You can make a tier 1 deck out the box. Asterisk. If you burn every single bit of your collection in order to make the deck and have nothing else to play. Huh?
That is, that is an interesting thought thought thing, right? It's like, yeah, because it's like, yeah, every you want to tier one deck, yeah, just burn it all, get there, and that is fine for people who just want to get in there and start playing competitively, right? But
Right.
at the same time, it's like you didn't learn the basics, right? The basics weren't completely drilled into
Mhm.
you, especially as later
If you
down the
imagine
line
someone
go.
like told you to pick,
Sorry.
imagine trying to pick a Street Fighter for the first time, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're like, hey, this Vega guy looks cool. And then someone immediately tells you, all right, play Vega. Do not look at Ryu. Do not learn the game with any of these Shotokan. Pick a Vega, play 100 hours of Vega. I've taken out every other character in the game except for Vega. Go.
Mm-hmm.
What? And then Vega gets nerfed. What do you do now? As a John Vega player was forced to play Vega for 200 hours because someone told you to play Vega for 200 hours, and you have no clue how to do any form of your fundamentals.
Yep.
Oops.
Yeah. It's like
Like there was no easy solution. Like the costs are out of whack. Fully agree. Those are definitely the first things that get changed for sure. Probably, right? It's gonna be the vial cost. But like they had to do the lockdown. All right. I will fully stand by locking down things to disenchanting the duplicates. Still able to die on, but I'm like, that was the smartest move they had.
hmm.
Because then you can start doing things like what Magic the Gathering does at some point, right? For like quests, have like really expensive quests or like play X cards from insert craft here. And you can already start doing that and it'd be fine, right? Because everyone has at least enough cards to draw out a basic deck for like any craft in the game. You can make this worth 200 gold, right? Like 50 more than the ones that in exchange for forcing you to like play a certain craft. But hey, you'll at least be, get that forced learning experience. And hey, maybe you'll like something new in the meanwhile, right? Like, oh, they're making me play Swordcraft. Oh, wait, all these Swordcraft cards I have are pretty fun. Maybe that wasn't too bad.
Okay, okay. I see
instead,
what you mean.
instead of being forced down the one trick lane we've had, like every Shadowverse player, right? Like you're almost forced to one trick.
I mean, I guess the only other the only other aspect too is, I mean, you're forced to run trick or forced to spend the cash, right?
Right.
So I guess the other question is, if we get to a point like in OG Showers where we do rotation again, what happens there? I mean, the only thing that makes sense would be to just say, hey, listen, if this pack goes out of rotation, you can just disenchant all of these.
Right. And that I can totally see happening.
I mean, then there's just the other issue of we're doing rotation again. I thought you fixed the games, that you rebooted the games, so you didn't have to do this.
Anyone who thinks that's you're in a whole other issue of like people not understanding rotation. Right. Like it's not just for balance. People think it's like, oh, a perfectly balanced game will totally exist with a card with like no rotation at all, and new cards will just able to infinitely enter with no problems at all. No. Rotating is for horizontal integration.
Mm.
Where you can just wipe the plate even partially clean, and now you have new room to experiment, add new things while completely breaking everything in nearby. It's not about like, game embed, time to reboot. I swear something about Vanguard players starting that thing did a ton of damage. Like people's understanding of rotation, right?
Yes.
And especially soft holding that for like so long, right? V lasted about as long as a pretty standard rotation. Like a decently long one, but like not completely outside the realm of possibility, right?
Yeah.
Like rotation is also it's for the sake of card design more than anything else. It's like not completely overbloat the pool. It's not like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon Go. Well, it seems we have broke the game again. Time to suddenly announce a rotation. It's like, no. It's to take out older mechanics and start incorporating newer ones without the baggage of some of those like more old mechanics. Yeah, like if they do once the rotation does happen, they should just allow disenchanting if you don't want to play like legacy formats. I think that'd be the smartest move to do.
Yeah. So, I mean, you kind of said it best. Like, you know, Portalcraft's main car was resonance, right? We basically created Showers Beyond. We basically resonance is dead
Yeah,
because it just didn't work.
right. And I kind of like this current iteration of like artifact, right? Okay, there is like a lot of decent amount of decision making once you hit the point where it's like, do I drop the masterworks now or do I save them for like Omega? It's like, and there's several times during the average game where you have to make that like huge decision. It's like, do I offset one the big finisher by several turns or not do it and potentially never do it? Do I make multiples with a certain like one based on the situation and the deck? Do I do this and or when is it best to early call the 3 cost ones? It's a very different form of portal craft that's not like super combo focused. Pretty neat.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I
Sorry
think.
for all the Bizcraft players. You guys got screwed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, y'all actually got hold. Y'all don't got none. Like, y'all,
Shoot, you guys used to be the creator's favorite, and he's like, sorry, I'm a Portal main now.
like, y'all actually lost everything.
Right.
Like, y'all got the arranged marriage only for all your money to go away.
Man, I can't believe Bloodcraft lost in that lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean, Set 2 could probably fix that, but it's like, damn.
Right. Like, Setsu's gonna be interesting for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I probably overdid it with my general like rant, but I still feel way about a good chunk of that because it's still, you know, valid to at least have most of that is still valid in my opinion. I think
Right.
a lot of people just said, "Oh man, the game's dog shit garbage now," just because they're upset they couldn't get a pack.
I think I've had like a calmer period in my life where I'm like, instead of immediately crashing out, we should people just need to wait things out, wait until the calm period, and then go from there. Same with Shadowverse, same with the Time Wizard situation. Everyone wants to jump the gun, be the first to fire all rounds, and get out whatever crucifix they have to nail someone to. I'm just like,
I have no
give it a
enemies.
bit.
Shout out to Villain
I
Saga.
have no enemies except for flesh and blood.
All right. Well, I think that is pretty much a good stopping point for discussion. I think we can, you know,
Mhm.
I think we can come back to it like next podcast, give an update on how we feel, uh, you know,
Right.
about everything later. You know, just kind of like a first impressions. It is.
Yeah.
I think you know how about this one last bit. I think another reason why I'm passionate, why so many people are also passionate about this whole issue is because it makes the game obviously look very bad at a time where you
Right.
know it should have like a good launch, right? A
Right.
lot of one
Uh,
of the big things is like if your launch is good, your first impressions are very powerful. And with
all right.
these issues,
Here's the funny part. Right.
hmm?
There's gonna be the funny part about optics. Would the impression of the game have been as bad as it currently is if the old fans weren't crashing out?
I don't understand that one.
Because like almost all the stuff about the economy is only bad to Shadowverse onlys, right? And if most of the complaints are coming from the monetization model, would the reception be anywhere near as bad if the old guard didn't start like review bombing the hell out of the game on an atomic level?
I I don't exactly agree with that because even if you know, because even then is like
Because no one else knows about the five-time cost increase except for old players. And they were the first ones to crucify a actually pretty standard monetization model with every other card game. It's no, it's average. It is literally on the average line.
well, my thing is like even then it's still like seeing 500 or something in general just seems you know like an issue, right? It's like 500 for a pull. Like shoot, I barely got that. Shoot, I barely took a week to get that. But I do see what you mean.
I mean, packs in Magic the Gathering are 1,000 gold.
Yeah, you right.
The number functionally doesn't matter except for the feel. And if the feel is equivalent, almost a universal equivalent across the board in all of these card games,
You know what? I think the final statement is it is just one that crack, that gambling, that card game gambling crack. And
it's like, dog, you changed the crack recipe, man. It's worse. It's like, no, it's not. Yeah, but if it goes down different.
this is a different strand, bro. This is a different strand of weed. What you do?
It gets you the same high, yeah, but it's a different strand.
Yeah, it's like, I gotta get comfortable. I can't get jiggy with this.
And you see a bunch of reviews from everyone else like, dog, this is the best trend ever. Meanwhile, everyone gave me a one star review. It's like, I like the old strand more. It's like, well, shoot. Like the game would be like mostly positive were it not for like the review bomb. Guarantee it. Like I think card game players just have had a 2-week period of wanting to crash the hell out. Between this and Vanguard and Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game players just want to scream right now. All right.
I mean, the whole world wants to collectively scream.
Right. And I'm like, I get it. I mean, I asked for an adult in the room, but everyone screaming right now is probably like 35 years old at this point and way too deep into these games.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, I think we can stop here for now, for real this time.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, this I'm probably gonna do like small little cuts of this now. So, uh, anyway,
Right.
that is basically it for our show this week. I probably should start doing like uh questions, like quote unquote questions of the week going forward, maybe a little bit later, because like that'd be an interesting like topic there.
Right.
Uh, on that note, that is it for this week. Our next show will be projected to be on the 5th of July. So who knows what will happen by that time? You know, we'll be
A few
close.
things.
We'll be close to the great the next wave of card game releases by that point. Like Russia E-Core will release, and then we'll be right next to Hololive and Godzilla and all those other games that are releasing in that month. So we might do
G Card Club ended.
yes. So we might do like some like a a primer of all the games releasing or something. We don't know, but you know, overall, just you know, come through and see how we're doing.
Yep.
So yeah, that's it. You know, you can find us all on our respective socials. Uh,
Sure, for sure.
you know, I will continue to pester Zeta to keep playing to play 100 line.
I will try to make an effort to get through Expedition 33 this weekend. Not fully, but you know, make some more progress.
Oh, man,
Been a while.
I'd stop out. I would like I thought of the entire thing. I'm like, man, I just thought about it. I'm like, man, a 100 line Shadowverse of Worlds Beyond collab sounds insanely cool. Mostly because you don't even have to change voice actors for Portal Craft.
I mean, you got to get in line. You got to wait for the Vanguard collab, and then the Buddy Fight collab, and then the Love Live collab, and then
But I'm just saying like it's funny because the voice actor for Dryzen voices the character in 100 line who her entire thing is making is making turrets and machines to fight with, and she wears a tomato head, so you can. So there's the goofiness in
Honestly,
there.
I will say the biggest thing I miss from like OG Shadowverse right now is my Magna Zero leader.
Yeah, I miss a lot of my leaders, but I still have Shadowverse regular on there, so I can hop in and play some OG Shadowverse until they come back in.
Yep.
All right, so with that, guys, thank y'all so much for tuning in for this episode of the Out of Pocket Podcast. We
Thank
will
y'all for
see
dropping
you.
by.
What?
Next time. I was like, thank y'all for dropping by. Jeez.
You never. I don't think I've ever heard you do that before.
Oh.
So it just caught me off guard.
Weird.
I'm like, it's like now you're trying to cut through the outro too. Anyway, we'll see y'all next time. Peace.
See ya. Later.